Hello. Hey, Metal. I didn't know I completed like so many of these fucking stuff. How many deaths? 48 deaths. And a lot of food and a lot of meds. I don't even know how the fuck I died so many fucking times. But yeah. Damn, bigfollow.com, dude. Yo, one followers, whatever it is, and Cox. Go to bigfollows.com, whatever it is. I don't even know. The last time feels weird having a founder's badge because yeah, I had to delete a lot of founders. Oh, I had to delete a bunch of people to actually be happy with the founders badge people that I want to have, so there's that. So yeah. I don't know about this one. What the fuck is the jungle part? I don't know what the fuck the jungle part of this thing is. Only one chatting. Yeah. It'd be like that. What even is the jungle? I wanna know what this one is. Hold on. I wanna know what spy game is. Why the fuck did I just alt-tabbed? I shouldn't be alt-tabbing, honestly. I should just like... Yeah, I should just like fucking shift-tab instead of alt-tab. I wanna know what spy game is. Oh! Oh. C9 choking easily yesterday in ESL. Dude, Nip is like on another level because they brought in a Finnish guy in a Swedish team. Ironically enough, dumb shit right now. Look what I'm wearing. Ironically enough, look what I'm wearing. I forgot that I'm still wearing the NIP jersey. So like, fuck Cloud9 bitches. Yeah, I love Nip. Hey Max, hello by the way. I love NIP. NIP is great. That's why I love them a lot. C9 is better. Well, C9 is technically more. I would say it's better in a few ways. So, yes, they are kind of better, but also at the same time. Wait, hold on. Let me actually see what my quests are again. Find a spade. Oh god, finding a spade in this fucking area. I'll try to find a spade, but yeah, with C9 because they got, how you say, they got taken in. Because of the whole Russian kind of conflict thing. So they got taken in when they were, I think, Gambit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Gambit, and then they changed to Virtus Pro. Not Virtus Pro, sorry. They were Gambit, and then they changed to whatever that fucking team's called now. C9. Do I never play Disney anymore because I completed Disney and I had to wait for the new content to drop. Because they're gonna drop new content, that's for sure. Rating Arvich. Yeah, I don't have anything to play for Disney because, you know, I completed every single fucking character in the game. I even sold everything on my inventory just to wait for the new content to drop. Because there's nothing much to do other than to just grind for whatever it is. The max level you could get in Disney is actually just 20, and it's in early development as well, so there's nothing much I can do. They are good. They are good. The fundamentals of them are good because they're Gambit. They're like they were Gambit when at the time of like fucking, you know, whatever it is. So, hold on. So, because the Gambit, the fundamentals are actually really good. But the problem with them is that like you're coming up against a new, well, more like an improved team, because I think Alexibi was a really good improvement, or a really good a really good substitute or taken for Nip, because they didn't really had a lot of good hold on. They didn't really had a lot of good fundamentals going into like a lot of the games, and then they brought in LXCB, and I was like, yo, that's actually really good of the fundamentals now. And what I've been seeing with the Nip is that they're more into utility than actually it's more utility than gunpowder. I mean, you can totally see from like fucking slip, yeah. You can totally see from you can totally see from Cloud9, but you know, with the new fundamentals from LXCB, I think Nip will come back to the top. It's just a matter of time whether they before they are gonna be on the top again. And that's what I like about CS. CS is more on the fundamentals than more the gunpowder. Like they used a lot more utility than before, and the utility usage is actually pretty good because of fucking LSCB now. I haven't played CS in a while, but I really Morningstar. This is Morningstar. I really do want to go back to CS again sooner or later. I was trying to bribe you with dozen bagels. I don't even know what. What? Dozen bagels? What do you mean by that? How you doing, Rabinski? Hope you're doing well. Fuck, hello? Yikes. So, I really want to go to the next, What? How did I die? What the fuck? I was about to say, I'm about to go to, like, the next, mission anyways. You don't have bagels. What do you want to bribe me with bagels? I don't like bagels. You can bribe me with, I don't know, apples, I guess. I like apples. As a horse, I do love me apples. Other than that, I probably need to find like a workbench again. But also at the same time, where are this stomach? That sounds like some like fucking.
This weapon's gone to shit.
Sounds like some whatever shit it is. I don't want to talk about. I do have 3 apples now that you think about it. Hell yeah, just bribe me some apples, I'll be alright, man. I want apples. Be like, yo, apples. Hey, apple. I still need to find a shovel or a spade or whatever it is. I don't wanna. Basic dating advice. Why is it through the stomach? That is the question. Why is it through the stomach? Is it just giving them food or something? I mean, food is good. God, I need to find this whatever it is. Resort. Oh, I had to go back to the resort from here. Ugh. Wait, I'm on the other side. Oh. So I can travel to the resort from like different places, I guess. Okay. Yeah, the thing that I really want to do right now is just to find a fucking spade or shovel, you know? I think that would be good. Unless, you know, unless it's in the resort, then yeah, whatever. If it's in the resort, then fuck it. I'm just gonna go back here then. Alright, let's go back. Buy someone food. Buy someone food if you're good at cooking. True. That's like the #1 thing that you have to do. What? Okay. Hold on. Drive the amateur with food medicine to the lifeguard tower. Oh, do I have to go to the lifeguard tower? Okay, yeah, I do have to go to the lighthouse tower. It is what it is. Which is the lifeguard tower. Yeah, I haven't played CS in a while. It's been like a very long time. No, not really a long time, but more or less it's like it's been a while since I played CS. I really want to go back to play CS again. It's just, you know, the problem with it is that I don't have enough time to actually play CS nowadays. I don't know why. I do really want to go back and play CS again. Ouch. Alright, I have to go back to Cinemoy. Just to deliver items again. Tough luck, bitch. Tough luck, bitch. Sorry, I wanted to say tough luck, man. But then I said tough luck, Batman. Oh my god, dude. My nade throws could be done better than by a blind person. True. A lot of times nades could have been better. My flashes are just more or less like they flash not just my enemies but my teammates as well, so there's that for me. I think my driving could be a bit better. But yeah, I really I lost my rank actually. I lost my fucking whatever rank it is because I haven't played Counter-Strike in a while on my main account. I play usually on my my alt account because, you know, why not? What? Oh. I'm way too aggressive on my own. Yeah, don't be aggressive.
I thought all was lost.
Just don't be aggressive. Usually, you have to be passive aggressive.
Some were saying we should eat the dead. We do that. How are we any different from those things out there? Well, you brought
Passive
us a couple more weeks,
aggressiveness, passive aggressiveness is still good.
But you're probably wondering if we reach that guy on the radio, right?
Get to the hotel roof. Okay, cool.
You can count on me.
Unfortunately, I don't have any good news. I told you our equipment turned out to be too weak. Dominic and a few others headed to the hotel to try the antenna there. We haven't heard from them for 2 days. So you're our last hope. You need to find them, and we need to pray that he's still alive. Because he's the only one who can get that hotel antenna up and running.
Get to the hotel roof. Before I get to the hotel roof, I need to actually fix a lot of my shit. I do want this one. I don't know about a Kanabo. I do want to upgrade that one as well. Hold on. Torch mod. Wait, okay, glazed mod. Ooh. This is glass shard stuff. Huh. Okay, what's this? Venom mod. Poison Blade is always an untamed one. No. Ew, I don't like weight. I don't like weighted. I did. Hey, Satanic. My driving is shit. I'm just gonna say this. I don't play a lot of driving games because it's shit anyways. Well, I have to finish it soon. I have to finish this game soon. I'm taking my time just to finish this. How you doing, HJ? Okay, what is this other few mods that I see? Dev 1, batteries and whatever it is. This is batteries and diamonds. I guess. But yeah, I played the battle royale for CS:GO. It was good. It was fun. Yeah, I just feel like the main problem is that like I don't find battle royales that fun anymore. I used to find it fun because, you know, battle royales were a thing back in like 2016, 2017, and everyone wanted to get into the battle royale scene. And then afterwards it died down. It just died down. So, yeah. Torch mod. Okay, what is this? Strong sickle. I can totally use this. But I don't know how, well, like, useful it'll be. Oh shit, I upgraded the wrong one. Oops. Oops. Sure, I upgraded the wrong fucking thing. I blame HJ. It's HJ's fault, man. Smile. Okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna sell this to this guy then. I'm gonna just sell my Kanabo, because I don't use the Kanabo. I don't think I'll use this one. I'm not too sure about it yet. Shock Splitting X. I'm just gonna take this away, sorry. Exotic. Some of them are really good, in good use. Ooh, this one is so bad though. I don't know. I might sell this just because, but I need to see the others as well.
I heard this.
Put this here. What is this axe? Dependable universal axe. Hold on. Dependable universal axe has 787. You're not gonna do that. 787. And 684. 684 damage over 7. Okay, yeah. That means I had to take this away as well. Okay. Yeah, you're not gonna fucking do that to the fucking jar. Did you dare do that to the jar? I can also make shotgun ammo. That's the good thing about this thing right now. I can make shotgun ammo. But yeah, I really want to complete this game sooner or later. I feel like this game is like pretty dope as it is right now. So I'm taking the time to actually finish this game. I mean, there are other games that's gonna be better than this game, that's for sure. But like, you know, this game is what I want to finish. I just don't know what other games I'm gonna be playing sooner or later. What's that flag? Oh. I was like, why the fuck? Oh, someone made the jar for me. I didn't say anything. Someone just made the jar for me. I was like, what the fuck? Why do you make the jar? I was like, oh, because Igdices had the jar, so yeah. How much is my repair required? Oh. I need to repair this shit. Okay. So it's 3 times. Wait, can I still go back to the slut in here? If I were to find like champagne. If I were to find champagne for her, could I even find champagne for her, you know?
So you want to burn those bastards or what?
Recaps? What do you mean recaps? Hey Xeon, what's this recaps? God, I don't want to even fucking look at my recaps, honestly. Hold on. Let's check out what you achieved together. Holy fuck, I've been streaming for 5 days, 10 hours? Wait, 5 days, 10 hours. Wait, what is... Hold on. Really? Hold on. I've been streaming for 130 hours? Holy shit. 130 hours and... Like... Wait, what is like, hold on. So like 40. Wait, 130 divided by 40. That means for 3 weeks I've been streaming for about 8 hours more. Like 8 hours. I've been like fucking streaming that much. Holy fuck. A lot of people use a lot of people use jazz, a lot of people use heart. 29,899 chat messages. Wow, that's a lot. I'm proud of this number. 19 times this month. Oh fuck. 19 times this month. Oh no, I'm 59. I'm 50. This affiliate channel is 59 months old. 59 months old without partnership. Omega lol. Omega lol. Top clips was this. What the fuck is... No, I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at that shit, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, woo. Cool. Goat clip. It's because it's clipped. That's why. Because it's clipped. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Xeon.
Good. I still don't have every...
5 Molotov. 5 Molotov is actually good. Good. But I also want to see if I could actually give water. Actually, no. None of them give me money at all, right? I think the boost one will give me a lot more diamonds if I could actually find find champagne, which I don't know if I could actually find champagne by my own. And you're the one with storage, right? Yeah, you're the one with storage. Fuck that one. You suffer 21 months? Yeah. That's good, right? Smile. You have contributed a lot of months to the channel. Back then, when I was like starting out streaming, or like when I actually got the affiliate stuff, you know, like I actually thought that I won't really have people who could actually sub to me for that long as well, you know. And then, you know, all things changed like for the past few years, and I've been very grateful for a lot of people who actually stuck by to the channel, and I really do appreciate them. Champagne is the one. I don't even know how to even find fucking champagne anyways. I really want to find champagne. Oh, whatever. Maybe I'll find champagne in like the quests. So, you know, I could either find a spade, or I can even either like find more champagne. I must have a paid one because I found her. No, if you are a founder, right, that means you subbed like by yourself before. Like you subbed by yourself to actually get that founder badge, you know? Oh shit, really? He's the first sub you ever got? No, he's not the first sub actually. He's one of the first few who actually subbed to me back then. He's like the first few, not like actually the first. No, first 15. For affiliates, it's actually first 15. For partners, it's first 25. So you were like the first probably 30 people to sub to me, and then I cut like a bunch of people because I don't fucking see them anymore. So yeah. It does say it on the badge, yes. But you know, he's been here for quite a while, so. I think he's been here since like the time I started actually, like, how you say, like, streaming a lot. Back in like 2018. And then you came in like 2020 or something like that. Which I completely understand.
What do we got here?
No, he said first sub. That's not found. That's not what it is. First sub meaning like he's the first. You know, it's not the same as being a founder. Zeon, thank you for the gifted sub to Niall. Much appreciated. Thank you for the gifted sub again. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yo, Joe? Who's Joe? Also, Meadow used to be one of my mods as well, but like I had to there was this one time when something happened, so I had to like take a lot of the fucking shit away, so yeah. Yes, the absence.
10 after. Where the fuck is he?
He got circumcised? True.
104.8 respond. This is the hotel.
Maybe we should try again in an hour.
An hour.
104.8, are you there? Can you hear us? This is 104.9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hang tight, 104.8, because we're coming for you, buddy. That is, if the offer still stands.
Of course. I'll call in a helicopter and we'll be
Evacuated to the nearest aircraft carrier. But first, you have to get here. We have wheels, we have gas, we'll get there.
Wheels won't cut him.
Well,
It is very heavy.
Where the hell are you? You see the ocean? That island on the horizon? If you had a high-powered telescope, you'd see me waving to you.
That's where the prison is. Who the fuck are you? A convict? Speak.
My name is Ryder White. I'm a colonel with the BIDF.
Banoi Island Defense Force.
I came to the prison to get my wife.
The doctor, Emily White.
Can we speak with her?
What's that? Come again? We want to speak to her. I told you, she's badly hurt. Bitten by one of the infected. She was trying to help him. Heal him. I only know all this because of her. Listen. You try to soften us up by making us feel sorry for your wife and then promise us a way off this goddamn island, all from a fucking prison? Of course we're gonna be suspicious. How do you think I found you at the hotel? I'm a BDIF colonel, not some thug in a cell.
So why don't you call your own people? Contact the fleet.
Do you hear how bad the reception is? A bloody monsoon's coming.
The fleet is 80 miles offshore in the middle of the storm. The satellite's down. We're
Cut off. Any more questions?
He's telling the truth.
And how would you know?
She's not just a hotel desk clerk, right?
Time's running out. You coming or what? I guess we don't have a choice. But first we need to find a goddamn boat. There's no point. This is benign. The prison is surrounded by a minefield. You have to find a guide through to the bunkers inland to Mingindi and find a smuggler called Moen.
Oh my
He knows the
god.
way.
Bunkers?
Japanese bunkers from the war. They're mostly destroyed, so you should have no problem entering. They will lead you inland.
All right,
This
right.
is what
We're
it
taking
is
you at your
around
word.
Papua
If
New
this is some
Guinea?
kind of con,
What
I will
the
personally
fuck?
take you off at the head.
Trust me. It's us against them
We'll
and...
be in touch.
Ah! Just turn it off. Yeah, it should be stupid, man. How you doing, Erna? What was I about to say? No, not on God, not on God, not for real, not for real. That's a suicide bomber. Sorry, didn't have to say that. I can go back to Cinemoy again. I'll go back to Cinemoy then. NFT Bitcoin is set. Yo, let's go. That's actually on God for real then. But yeah, I would say like some stuff happened. I don't really want to talk about it, but some stuff happened at the time, so yeah. I changed it to the VIP now, so I mean Meadow is still like a fucking, you know. Hey sis, thank you for the 121 bits.
Meow.
Yeah, some stuff happened with like, you know, conflicts and stuff. So that happened. Don't really want to talk about it. A lot of stuff I don't really like to talk about. It's not really that fun to talk about as well. But yeah, I changed it to like VIP, and then it's better now, I guess. It's just better. Heal? I'm finding a fucking place to heal. Ah, yes. Because he's circumcised, and also like I exclamation mark penis him. That's why. Ah, yes, because I exclamation mark penis him. That's all it is. 2 boxes doing this. What? What the fuck does that mean? Wait. Are you like downstairs or something? Yeah, you are downstairs. Hold on. How you doing, Artlers? Artlers, hope you're doing well. Wait, where the fuck are you? Am I just gonna talk to you?
If you're heading for the jungle, then the fastest way is through the tunnel. I've been hearing shit, and I gotta say, the most dangerous animals out there are human.
Women
I don't
boxers.
mean the dead ones. Shit's been going on there for years.
Elevate your mess. Yo, Shay's gonna elevate her message. Let's go. How are you doing, Shay?
So if that's where you're going, you watch your ass.
You
wanna
watch
get
your
into those old war
ass.
bunkers, you're gonna need something to blow through those armored doors. Let me see what I got. Maybe I can put something together with that Semtex you salvaged
At least
from
you
that
get to see it's
helicopter crash.
$8.
Wonder why the
True.
hell they were flying around with that shit in the first place. Let me get to work putting together a few.
160 for 10 minutes? I know 100 for 100. Like $100 is 2.5 minutes. Yeah, mine aren't even available as well, so yeah.
Don't blow your balls off. And don't forget to bring somebody with who knows their way around. It's easy to get lost.
Yo guys, if you pay $2.30, no, if you pay $100 for me to see a 2 minute 30-second message elevation of you saying, "Hey, can you suck my cock?" I will say yes. Smile. It is a scam. Poor people won't see the prompt. True. Poor people like HJ won't see the prompt.
My mother said she used to play inside them before they were sealed. If we can get one of them open, we can head inland.
poor people who doesn't see elevator chat. Blow up the entrance to the old bunker. Get to the tunnel.
Yeah.
I can lead the way.
Whoa. Aussie dollar is shit. Aussie dollary do is shit. But you know what is worse? Fucking... Yeah, okay, you know what's weird about the Twitch fucking elevated chat? Twitch elevated chat is fucking 70-30. Like, the revenue for it is 70% to the streamer and 30% to Twitch. Unlike subs are actually 50-50. So 50 goes to the streamer, 50 goes to the 50 goes to Twitch. Why not 100% to Twitch? Because you can go fuck yourself, and I will be launching my own OnlyFans if 100% of the revenue goes to Twitch. Streamer deserves nothing, should be 0 100. Excuse me. 0 100 my asshole. Streamer already got exposure. True. I have not gotten naked on stream ever. That's like a bit
Someone
no
must have
thing.
been hiding in that bunker and attracted their attention. I don't like this, but
Oh
you
no,
do
is
what
this
you
the
need.
fucking Russian guy, the Nikolai guy? Protect Jin on the way to the bunker. Oh no. Does she have that dumpy though? I wanna know if she has that dumpy. She's flat. No, that's no dumpy. You need to have like some good dumpy.
Do something! Kill him!
Bikini stream when? No.
Alright, let's get going before any more of them show up.
Slap that ass, bro. That ass flat. My ass probably flatter than hers. Hello? Where more? Is that more? Is that literally more? Ooh. That's so flat I could toss it like a pizza dough, true.
We have to go.
Dude, your weapon's so OP now? I know. God on God. God on God is OP as fuck. I got 13k, how much do you got? Ah, yes. How do you have 32k? Holy fuck. Pull the well-redeemed booba? Oh yeah, you look a lot. True.
Close by.
Something you don't even know. Stalker, dude, stalker. I have 200k points, true.
Come on, they're coming.
I should actually put like... It's not like a voice redemption. No, not a voice redemption. More like... What the fuck do you want? Oh. I was about to say, I should do like if you guys redeem hot tub and then if you guys want fucking fem voice, surely I can fucking put that for more subs. Surely, Copium. Quit that. Go to 1 million for 24-hour stream. God, I don't even know if I could actually do another 24-hour stream though. Oof. Did I die? Holy fuck, I died. Prove it, redeem Booba. Prove it, redeem Booba. Wait, no, I have the shotgun. I want to see how the shotgun's like.
Getting the hang of this.
Chances of loot. Oh, I want this one. Actually, I've been wanting to get that one a lot more. But I want to replace this. There we go. You got nothing? Go fuck yourself, idiot. Idiot. Go fuck yourself. 1 million points for the naked booba. What? I'm not gonna do a naked booba ever. Is she gonna... What is she gonna do?
We're blowing it up? Okay. 1, 2... Get inside quick. The sound of that blast is gonna attract a lot of
Wait! Wait, I've been here before! What the fuck? I've been here before! I just didn't... I was just a pussy and didn't even fucking do anything. Bruh, God on God, I was just a pussy, man. I've been here before. That was like a fucking manhole or some shit. This manhole right here. Manhole. Act 3. Reading Act 3. Holy shit. Hello.
At least a chance that he's telling the truth. We should check it out.
You out your mind? We supposed to get the fuck off this island, not hike deeper into the goddamn jungle.
We need Moen for that. Trust me, he's the only one who can get you past those floating mines. Do what he wants, and he'll do what you want.
Act
Get
3
him to
Goo
the
Goo
bloody
Gaga.
lab.
This isn't only about what Moen wants, is it, White? You're pushing us there for another reason.
Don't you understand? Each one of you has had contact with these things, and none of you have gotten sick. Your blood could be used to make some sort of antidote to save my wife.
Antidote? What?
She's still alive?
They gave us something, some medicine. I don't know what it is. It slows down the process, but not forever. The doctors in the lab could use the antibodies in your blood to create some sort of cure. It may be Emily's only chance.
What the fuck?
Well,
Or do they all have, I don't know.
We do
It's
what's
fucking
right. We do the right
game,
thing.
man.
Hona, you are a police officer. You protected those who couldn't protect themselves. This is your path. Jin, you're more full of compassion than any of us. You know what it's like to lose someone you love. What do you want to do?
I don't fucking care.
Well, I do. Time to step up, Logan. You in the game or warming the bench?
Sam B? Yeah, I hear you. We a crew. We hang together, but we fuck.
All right, then. Let's do this.
Tell the Asian should go fuck
Once you
herself.
find the village,
True.
ask around for Moen. The villagers should know him.
Are you
I know
fucking...
somebody who might help us out, but their village is really far from here. We're gonna need to take a car.
Oh my god, I have to fight Moen. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this? Hey Zezima. Oh, it's is this thing? I forgot to even mention about it. I was I was like waiting for the fucking stupid ass like I was waiting for the fucking stupid ass cutscene to actually end. So I was like fucking doing that anyways. It's like so fucking boring. Yeah, it sounds like a fucking Rubik's Cube. Yeah, it is. Wow, what the flying fuck? Okay, wait. Where is this one at? Why are you concentrating on this excellent lore? Because the lore is just to tell the fucking person to go fuck themselves. That's about it. You go fuck yourself. And that's it. Why are all these fucking places so fucking far? Let's find the location of the aircraft. Oh shit, is this the fucking... Oh, that's the big titty chick. Okay, we can go here first, I guess. I still need to find a fucking spade. Whatever, we can go that one first. Yeah, there's a big titty chick in one of the places, and she wanted to find like an aircraft. Like some big titty blonde yellow chick, and she wanted like fucking aircraft finding or whatever it is. What the fuck is this? Some kind of fucking Samoan area? So Samoan looking area. Jungle looking like fucking... You know that one arcade game in the past that's called like Let's Go Jungle or some shit like that? It just looks like this. Let's Go Jungle. Wait, there's nowhere I can... What the flying fuck? Are you serious? What the flying fuck is this pathway?
Take care of them so we can get the hell out of here.
Are you kidding me? Okay, what is the other one then? Eliminate all the... okay, but do I really had to go there? Oh my god. Fuck you. Wait, is this for this quest or... Wait, okay, what's this quest then? This is the same shit! This is the same fucking shit! It is the same fuck... Wait, it is the same fucking shit? No, it's not the same fucking shit, wait. Find Moen in the river village. What? 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 Go fuck yourself. Laziest ass in existence. You have fucking you have a fucking car. Fucking just drive, duh. Who doesn't want to fucking drive? You're a fat ass. Dude, you're a fat ass. Oh, who the fuck is that? You. Look at that fat ass walking. Oh shit, I missed my shot. Ow. Holy shit, I'm about to die. Unless you're disabled, sure. Yo, I'm disabled. Totally I'm disabled, Copium. How, you fucking idiot. Are they burning? Where's this guy not burning? What? This guy ain't burning. The fuck? This guy's invincible. Look, this guy's fucking invincible. What the flying fuck? How's is this guy fucking invincible? Did I miss 2 of my bullets? Uh-oh. I actually did. You don't know what island is in Malay? Just go Cintu untuk anak-anak kami. How you doing, guy? Hey, exit. I'm the fucking universe. This is gonna be like fucking whatever, Alone in the Dark. I am the fucking universe, and then just doesn't die, just literally invincible. Okay, if I were to go to like this fucking thing, where is this? Here. Is but a scratch? Yes. No. Sounds very familiar, but I don't remember where it was from. What the fuck is this area? Oh, Monty Python. Oh! Oh! Oh. I remember watching that movie with Galazrini. Yeah, that's why I said it sounded very familiar, because I watched that fucking movie with Gala like not too long ago. I'm running away from that fucking fat ass. I gotta know if I should unfollow. Yeah, true. Wait, hold on. Did they knock her down? They knocked her down. Stop knocking her down. Excuse me. Wait, hold on. I need to go, like, in somewhere. Do I really have to go in some? Yeah, this way, I guess. Hold on. I want to go this way then. Guess I have to go this way. What the fuck is this? Jungle Mungler, a muggler. What the flying fuck? Okay. Return to Monica and tell her what. Wait, where is this fucking thing though? Where is her? Where's she? Where's she at? Oh. Hold on. Whoa, dude! Stop!
Bloody hell!
Oh shit! Fuck! Fuck! Drop this fucking gun. Hold on. Raise those motherfuckers! Where are these guys? Oh, ow. Okay. Bloody hell! Bloody hell, mate! How many people are there? Where are you at? You have a fucking machine gun. Okay, where the fuck are you? Because you have a fucking gun. Oh shit, large? You wanna what so fucking deep? Excuse me, shut the fuck up, man. Whoa. Learn how to fucking shoot, bitch. Wait. Where the fuck are you? Yeah, learn how to fucking shoot, dude. Whoa, where am I getting shot from? Is that it? I don't even know if that's it. Deodorant. Oh shit. What the flying fuck? Okay, hold on. Okay, your head is out. And goodbye. I don't know why are they like standing around a fucking whatever it is, fucking gas canister. Yeah, they were standing around a gas canister, so what I had to do what I had to do. Snacks. I have a lot of pistol bullets as well, which is a good thing. The only thing that's not that good is just, you know, whatever the amount of fucking whatever the amount of fucking pistol ammo there is. You die. What the fuck? I didn't realize you were there! Okay, that one you can laugh. You can kick W at me. How did I miss? How am I missing? Bro. I'm missing like the easiest fucking shots. What? There you go. Jesus. There's like so many of these fucking guys in here. Like so many of them. Is this the place where it's all humans now? Yeah, is this the place where is this all humans now? I'm gonna go this one. But I need to find where Jin is. Yo. The aircraft is gone now. RIP aircraft. Can't really do anything about the aircraft now. Alright, let's go back to Jin. And we should be alright. There's nothing in the aircraft except for people who want to kill me. And that's about it. Get in! Get... Where do I go? Oh, this is gonna be a fucking place to be at. There we go. Am I not supposed to go here? Hey, Cheeto vendor. Dead Ireland. Dead Ireland. Ireland is dead. See how dead the Ireland is at. How are you doing, Cheeto vendor? Hope you're doing well. Okay, let me go to another place then. So I guess from here you can't really go out from there. I'm back here all over again. What the fuck? I ran. That Ireland. Gotta fucking hydrate myself, man. Need some water. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. Just, you know, trying to find my way, like, through this fucking jungle. This fucking jungle doesn't slap. It's whack. Jungle's fucking whack. Fancy. Yeah, the jungle here is fucking whack. Who plays this game 5-6 years? I have no idea. Yeah, a lot of people never finish this game, from what I've heard. Like, not a lot of people finish this game. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be the one who's gonna be finishing this game. Smile. Auto rifle. I would really want an auto rifle, but I think my other objective is to find a fucking spade or a shovel. So it is what it is, but like, no. Also, what omelet are you making, Artless, if you're still here? Take a look at this shit. I just stole one of the fucking, like, statues as fruits. Who's bad? I feel like this place is gonna be inhabited by, like, not just zombies, but a lot more people. Yikes.
Is this infection all over the island? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude. All over the island, man.
We're caught totally by surprise.
Wait. Who's this guy? Who's this fucking exclamation mark guy?
A lot of villagers were badly hurt the last time they attacked. We
Okay.
need bandages and disinfectant to dress their wounds.
Okay.
Do you think you could find some for us?
Bring the bandage along. Okay, fine. I got a hatchet, which
Thank you.
sucks ass, but sure.
Up in the village.
It's an Aussie accent. Every fucking one in this fucking place is Aussie, one way or another. Yeah, one way or another, they're all fucking Aussies, anyways. But some are, I would say most are Aussies. It's a shit accent. Yeah, this is a shit accent. Oi, bloody hell, mate. Oi, mate, bloody hell. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a frying pan. I thought it was an actual fucking... Wait, hold on. Yeah, I thought it was a spade. I was like, yeah, fucking hell. There ain't no spade. There ain't frying pan. Fuck that frying pan. Hello, Pit Sprite. Hope you are doing well. I love you. Hope you are doing well. Let's go back here again, I guess. I'll take your money.
It's never gonna end, is it?
The bogan drawl in that? What the fuck is brogan? A bogan.
Get inside quick. I will open a door for you.
Oh shit! A spade! We found a spade! We found a fucking spade! Let's go! Found a spade. We found a spade. All right. Found a spade. Is this a spade? Yeah. Okay. I gotta keep this spade. Do not fucking let me fucking throw this fucking thing away. I need the spade. I've been poor for so long. Any cool horror games? I don't even know what horror. Oh, Cry of Fear, Cry of Fear, Cry of Fear, Cry of Fear. Are you just getting lost in this game forever? No, I'm just doing a lot of the side quests. That's all I've been doing. I've been doing a lot of the side quests. come here to eat as and watch horse play zombie games. I'm all as. Eat more as then. How you doing, RS25? Americans have hillbillies, bogans are. Oh, okay, okay, I see. Cry of Fear is one of those games that I recommend. Like Cry of Fear, it's free. It's a really good horror game. The other one I probably would think of recommending is actually Nightmare House 2. You can't play Nightmare House 1 because, you know, Nightmare House 1 is like fucking... It's a Half-Life game, like a Half-Life mod, but it's like super fucking... You have to find it somewhere in the internet. Half-Life 2 is the one... no, sorry, Half-Life 2. Nightmare House 2 is the one that I think it's still around. Let me check. Hold on. So... if you want to play like a really, really good horror game, this game is one of the best fucking horror games I've ever played. I don't even know about Nightmare House. No, it's not this one. Not this one. This one is not the one. I don't think so. Yeah, this is not the one. Let me find it. No, I say surely I'll finish today. Surely, which is probably not. This one. Nightmare House. There we go. Nightmare House. Not the first. Not that first one. This one. This one is the one. Sure. Yeah, sure. Surely. Yeah, surely. This one is the one that I'm talking about. This game. This game is a Half-Life 2 mod, if I'm not mistaken. It's super good. I like Nightmare House 2. But yeah, this game... and Cry of Fear, you should play both of them. It's free. Don't have to pay any money. I recommend it to a lot of people. Can you introduce us to Shirley? Shirley's the chick I fucked last night. Smile. Take this.
Maybe I'll find something.
Yeah, no problem. Nightmare House, you do need to download it from somewhere, but like from the website, but like on Cry of Fear you can get it off Steam and it's like free. It's good. It's good free. Nice, hell yeah, man. Imaginary pussy.
Could this be some sort of experiment?
Imaginary pussy is the way to go.
Disease like swine flu or bird flu that's mutated? If this
Here's the story.
Naming your hand, yeah.
That's good, man. His Moke stole every single gun we had.
My right hand is Shirley. My left hand is not Shirley.
We heard on the radio that their car got swamped and they're stuck out there, waiting for help. Go there and get our weapons back, and I'll tell you how to find Moen.
They've covered the stolen weapons and ammo and bring back to Matutero. Auto rifle, fuck.
How can I say no?
Not very inventive.
Those bloody fools won't stay
I mean, it's an imaginary pussy for a reason. It's not fucking inventive and intuitive.
Up to the village leading to the canyon and Ghost Village.
Okay. Fence plank, really? Wait. I can fast travel. I totally forgot about this. I can fast travel. I can go back to the church. Is the shovel in the church? I know I have a shovel. I just don't remember if it's like in the church or not. You need batteries. Go fuck yourself. Who's the one that needed a fucking shovel? Find a spade. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, you're above. Welcome to my, wait. I've been here for 3 minutes and we're talking about imaginary pussy.
This will do just fine, thank you. I'll find some volunteers and we will bury the dead.
How am I a real pussy when
Maybe there's something we can use.
Shut up. Yeah, shut up, HJ. You're the real pussy. True. Oh yeah, I do need to do the other one as well. So, I don't want to give you batteries. My batteries, you bitch. I Okay, let's actually go back to the lighthouse. No, fuck! I went to the wrong fucking place. How's chapter what did I do in chapter 9? I didn't even know what the fuck I did in chapter 9. Chapter 9 was like super fucking short. It's outside, right? The map is outside or upstairs. You suck cock in chapter 9? Yo? Yo? Yo?
You still here? I know you need a rest.
He did that in every chapter. What? Me?
All those people? Dead? Jesus Christ.
Devastating military machete. Ooh, I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you for your tits. What else do I need to go for? Find a way to the Russian hideout in the jungle and get the satellite. Oh my fucking god! Bandages for Lauren. Oh, bandages. I need bandages. Where are the bandages in this game? Oh yeah. Hold on. I had to go back to the map. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Linda. Stay strong, okay? When you get strong, me big dick could fuck ya anytime. Lifeguard tower. They died anyway, so rip them. Bandages, painkillers. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. You know why people don't play? Oi, bloody accents, mate. Yo, dirty. Dude, I even didn't want to hear the fucking Singaporean accent guy. It's so hard to listen to. It was so hard to listen to, like, the one guy who spoke Singaporean accent. He's like, hey, you want to fucking die, huh? I'll show you when you will fucking die, okay? I'm like, what? Dude, no. Why do I have to listen to a fucking Singaporean? I don't want to listen to a Singaporean. I show my men and they will fucking kill you, okay? Oh, fuck me, man. Okay. Do I give you the...
Please, hurry. The injured are in great need.
Yeah, sure. How many bandages do you need, you fucking bitch? Get bandages? I have bandages, right? Fuck! How many bandages did... Excuse me. Oh, it's... Fuck me. I think you might have to pick up this game based on your description. No, it's super Singaporean. It's super Singaporean or Malaysians. Either it's a Southeast Asian fucking accent anyways. You can hear it from like fucking miles away if you're a fucking Singaporean or a fucking Malaysian. It's doesn't fucking matter. Look at their last names. Dude, hold on.
Anything in here?
Hold on. Where is this fucking whatever it is? Hold on. I need to find this fucking thing. Dead Island. Where's the fucking Singaporean in this game? What is the mission again? I wanna know what the mission is. It's one of the characters. It's one of the characters in the game that that had a Singaporean accent. It's not. It's on the side mission. It's not the main mission. The main mission doesn't really fucking like. It's not the same. Where is it? Oh my god, I can't even find it anymore. Just like Juho, true. I just need to find this guy. Where's this fucking guy? What is it? Where is he? Where is he? Where's this guy? Come on. Why can't I find this guy? How many Singaporeans who grew up in Singapore? It's not the last name. It's just, you know. Oh god, I can't even find him anymore. I can't even find the side quest anymore. I don't even know. It's this one. I remember this one because this guy had the most like Singaporean accent I've ever heard ever. It's that guy. I just need to find what the fucking like voice it is. Now isn't this their last name? Well, yeah. Hold on. It's super Singaporean. Hold on. I just need to find where it is. It's somewhere. This guy had the most Singaporean accent I've ever heard. It's somewhere. Wait, no. Is it? It is here, right? Oh, it is around here, I guess. Is it here? Hold on. Wait, no. I think it's this one then. It was the time that I actually brought this fucking... Does that sound Singaporean to you? No, the accent! I said the accent, not the character! I said the accent! The accent on the guy! It's not the fucking name, it's the accent! Hold on, I need to find the fucking guy! Do you think this guy is like... very... Oh my god, I can't even find this guy anymore. It was somewhere. It was somewhere. I just don't know where the guy is at right now. Because AJ doesn't know you alt-tabbed. I alt-tabbed because I wanted to find the fucking guy on my... Look, I'm finding him right now. I'm trying to find this fucking guy. I just don't know where is he in my fucking VOD. No, it's literally Singaporean. I just can't remember where the oh, here. Here. Found it. Shut the fuck up, me. Little bitch. Wait. It's here. Fuck me. Honestly. This guy. This little fucking guy.
Brothers, and this is my wife Jess.
Bratas.
Like a bat out of hell.
Named Roger, Bratas. What the fuck is Bratas?
Forget about it. But I couldn't do that and live with myself, so we stopped to see if we could help. The driver must have been in shock or something because he threw himself at us like a crazy guy. I had to kill him. But this was self-defense. I was protecting myself. You gotta believe me. But you know what? He took a bite out of me, man.
This is like super fucking Singaporean. It's like, he took a bite out of me, man. Like, wait, hold on. Like you can see the subtitles. Like, oh, part of me said, forget about it. But I couldn't do that and live with myself. So we stopped to see if we could have... It's so Singaporean. It's so Singaporean. I can do it because it's literally like that. It's literally either like Singaporean or Malaysian. It's either one of them. It's very Southeast Asian like accent, and it's like a fucking white guy. It's a fucking white guy. I don't think you can do it. It's a fucking white guy. He just sounded like very Asian. He looks Russian. It's probably yeah, true. It's probably Heisei. What do you mean predictable? How you doing, Sublime? It is Singaporean. I swear to God, it's Singaporean. Like, hold on, let me find a fucking. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to find something. There.
The smart language, but in a different.
Hold on.
Very comfortable.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Yep. Alright.
I only speak English and I'm very comfortable with English.
Malay. English and Malay, so I rather speak Malay.
Between the both of you, who do you think is a better speaker?
Me, definitely.
See, like they sound the same.
I've got this paper with a sentence.
Have an accent when I speak.
I have an accent when I speak.
I have an accent when I speak.
Do you think you have
It sounds so fucking similar. What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't matter what the name is. It's just so. It sounds so fucking similar to like the fucking game. It doesn't matter what the name. It's just it matters what the fucking accent it is. It just sounds like the fucking accent anyways. If you think Singaporean has like fucking like out of this world accent, it's not. It's just fucking whatever it is. I don't even know. Keys to the wardrobe. Hold on. There you go. Ah yes, HJ touched grass. That's for sure. Copium. That's what I do as well. Touch grass. What a time to join. Literally, I was like, yo, there are some guys in this game that has the Singaporean accent as well, you know? Some guys in this game have the Singaporean accent. I can hear it very clearly. Alright? The Aussie accents as well, you can hear very clearly. The fucking Irish guy in this game as well, you can hear very clearly. Nigerian doesn't sound similar. I mean, there is a tweak to it. I can totally tell that there's a tweak to it, but it's not really that similar. I can probably differentiate between. I can differentiate between a Singaporean and a Nigerian, anyways.
Thank you. Oh, this'll do just fine.
Better than when they claim to be Singaporean and what? Oh yes, I am the Revolutionary Army, known as the whatever it's called. I don't remember what the fuck that fucking Far Cry thing is called. It's like I am the Revolutionary Army. Wait, hold on. Please tell me there's like this thing. Is it Far Cry 2? This one. Ah yes, Bolo Santosi. Yeah, Bolo Santosi was like the worst. It's Just Cause. It's Just Cause. This one. I am the Revolutionary Army.
I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army known as the Reapers. Our goal is for the people of Panau to break the chains of oppression and rise up as one.
I hear you are looking for able-bodied comrades.
You are the Scorpio, no? I hear you are very...
God, it's like, I am the Revolutionary Army known as the Reapers. Okay, what is this? Nigerian.
For those of you who want to learn to be Nigerian because you think by dancing that makes you Nigerian, nope.
Now let me tell you something because you don't know nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like Singaporean. He doesn't... no. And he said the line. Yeah, this isn't... This is very distinct. Like, Nigerian accent is because there's like a more distinct sounding to it.
Today I'm going to teach you how to pronounce words like a Nigerian. Oyibo people say...
No, it's still the same. Like, I don't think that's the accent. I legitimately think that whatever... Hold on. Dead Island, right? I want to see who the fuck voiced this dude. He's a New Zealander. Yeah, he's a New Zealander. For some reason, this fucking Roger Nelson is a New Zealander that has like a fucking weird Singaporean accent. How would you know what a Singaporean is? Because I live in, I'm fucking from Singapore there. So he's a New Zealander, but he sounds fucking like Singaporean or Nigerian, whatever. Like, I legitimately think that the guy who voiced this guy is actually a Singaporean. I would bet money that this guy is actually voiced by a fucking Singaporean. Hey, am I? I just need to find like whether or not he had. Wait, is it Dead Island? Hold on, Dead Island. Okay, no. Someone voiced this game. No, I don't think it's an African. I don't think it's an African guy. I don't think he's African. I just need to see I really just want to know who the fuck actually voiced this dude. I want to know who the fuck voiced this dude. I'm gonna find the guy who voiced this dude. Hold on. I don't think he's Nigerian. I don't think he's Nigerian. I legitimately don't think he's Nigerian at all. Hold on. Okay. I gotta look at all the names real quick. Oh god, one of these guys is gonna be a fucking... Doesn't matter who voiced it. So hard to fathom. It's not that, I swear. Okay. Like, someone... Dude, if Sis or Shy or even fucking someone would tell you it's a Singaporean accent, it's a Singaporean accent. I swear to God. If Sis was here to listen to what I'm talking about, it is a Singaporean accent. I swear to God, it's a Singaporean accent. I just need to know who the fuck this guy is. There's no white people. There's no white people in fucking Nigeria, sure. Sun Lee. Oh, this is no. Oh my god. One of these guys is a fucking Singaporean. I literally would think that one of these guys is a Singaporean. Wants to meet the VA. I want to meet the VA. I want to know who the fuck this guy is that actually voiced this fucking dude. Like I'm very much intrigued by who the fuck is this dude, honestly. We got a lot of QA testers. Okay, where is the... There's no voice actors for this one. There we go, voice actors. There's a lot of various characters. Feels bad there's no like... Maybe it's this guy. I don't even know if it's this guy. Hold on. Oh my god, yes! I think it's this guy! I think it's this guy! I think it's this guy! This guy is probably the voice actor. See, I told you! There's a guy in this fucking game that is from Singapore! This guy, literally from Singapore. This guy voiced the fucking stupid ass Roger guy. This guy! This literal fucking guy. Hold on. Let me see if like this guy is like the literal guy. Hold on. Hello, Camille.
Allah, tempat yang baik sekali ya. Hatinya betul.
I can't understand you.
Dude, it's him. It's him. It's him. Hold on.
Afraid to do it themselves anyway.
Ew, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Bullet to the head.
See?
Oh, we usually do it with a bullet to the head.
Wait, hold on.
You do what I tell you to do.
It's also...
You came to me, not the other way around. And that's why I asked if you were
desperate at the start.
See, it sounds so familiar. It sounds very similar as well. I swear to God it's him. I swear to God it's this guy. If ever like this guy watches this stream and thinks to himself like what the fuck? Why is this guy like fantasizing a lot or like thinking a lot about me? It's because it's the voice actor. I swear to God, that guy is the literal voice actor or whatever it is. I swear to God, I'll bet money. I'll bet fucking money. Like I'll bet like $1,000 that that guy is actually the voice actor of whatever Roger Nelson. I swear to God. I swear to God.
What do we got here?
SmackDown $1,000. That guy actually did voice whoever it is. Hold on, let me just go back to like fucking, you know, places.
So, did you take care of your business?
I need to go into places. Alright, let's sell my shit. Because I don't need the shit that they gave me. Because the shit that they gave me is really fucking shit. Like this one. This one is shit. I don't know about this one. This one looks super fucking like good. If I were to upgrade this. I think if I were to upgrade this, that would be like insane amount, I guess. Let me see. 600. Got money for this. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking whatever it is. Hot. Okay, red hot blade. This is a magic wand. Oh. Hot rod. Okay, hot rod or red hot blade. I want to know which one is actually better. This is like $1,000. This is 600. Lightning. Okay. You know what? I would go with this one. Magic wand. Do you like my? Yo, does anyone have a magic wand? Smile. Does Pipspy even know what a magic wand is? That's what I want to know. Yo, Pipspy, do you know what a magic wand is? I had to ask the fucking person in the room that probably knows what a magic wand is. That is not probably a dude. There we go. We'll go back to the river village. There we go. I know Mai has a bad dragon because he mentioned about it to me before, and I was like, yeah, sure. I literally just went, yeah, sure. I guess.
Hey, there are some local healing herbs we can use to tend to the wounded.
More
Would you
healing
be willing
herbs.
to locate some for me?
Get her herbs. Okay.
No.
What?
All right, then, Mendel. Tell me your help.
All right.
This is good
multiple.
You'll find these healing herbs growing in the swamps near the village. It's called Gatu Cola.
Gatu Cola, whatever it is. Gatu Cola. I do also need to do all these other quests as well. Is this one near? Okay, this one is here. Where is the other one? This one is... This one is... God knows where far. No, that is the fucking no. If it's the wiki as in the nationality of the character in the game, not the voice actor. The voice actor is another person. They're only talking about the game's lore about the nationality, not the nationality of the person who actually voiced the character. So on the Dead Island wiki, it just says Roger Nelson as the person, as the person in the game, not the person in, not the voice actor of the character in the game. But I'm pretty sure it's a Singaporean. I can bet 100% that that guy is probably a Singaporean. Holy shit, that thing is far. Okay. So I think I can go for both of them. But I need to actually do the other one as well. Wait, you need the whatever it is.
Found any yet?
Yeah, you need the fucking got to whatever it is. Got to cola. It's a random Russian? I don't think it's a fucking random Russian anyways. I really just don't think it's a random Russian. Maybe I should actually sell this one. Paralyzing bolo. Devastating oh, there we go. It's my devastating machete. Look at that. Cut people's penises off. That's what it is.
You want Matutero's help or what?
What? Oh, wait. Do I have to go to the other village then? To ask for help? Yeah, I am supposed to go to the other village then. Hello. Where the fuck do I go? Here.
For
Hello.
the time being, I have nothing to say.
Matutero told me to repair the gate.
Matutero!
Unfortunately, the tools are in the house by the pier, and those things are over there. Those people who won't die. Will you help me out with them?
Kill all undead by harbor.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you.
For the time being,
Are you gonna follow me? Okay, no, you're not gonna follow me, which is a good thing. Fucking Afran. Okay. I guess I can go here then. Wait, where's the harbor? Which I don't want to drop all the way down. Okay, maybe I'll drop all the way. Oh! Fucking smidgen of health left. 'Cause I accidentally dropped all the way down like that. Hello? I'm at the harbor. Are you gonna be like actual fucking... Are you actual guys? Okay, yeah, you're actual guys. I mean, you're a zombie, sorry. Oh shit. Oh fuck! God damn it. But sorry I took like 10 minutes just to like find the fucking VA because, you know, it intrigued me a lot that the guy is like some Singaporean dude that probably voiced it and not like some other like Nigerian, Russian, whoever it is. Someday I will talk to that guy. Unfollow? Dang. I know how it feels. I know how it feels. Someday. HJ actually lost Juho? Yes. What a day to be alive! Yo, let's go! Dude, let's fucking go, man. Cause I swear to God, the guy is an actual fucking, like, the guy sounds like a fucking Singaporean and people, like, I would say that, like every Singaporean people, or like some Singaporeans are gonna be saying like, yo, this guy is actually from Singapore, that's for sure. Strong, heavy. Ooh. Wait. What do I even have that? Oh! Oh, I have bombs. Oh, no wonder. I do really want to sell this then. Wrench. How do I get back up? Stop fucking doing that! What the flying fuck? Why do you keep unfollowing and refollowing for that? What's the purpose? Oh, Pip. I got a question. Do you know what a magic wand is? I don't want to know. Wait, do you actually not know? Do you actually not know? Okay. Okay.
For the time being, I have nothing
Thanks for all your help. Hope this helps.
$5,000 in cash. Hell yeah. Damn. That's a lot of monies. I can assume it's a penis joke. Oh, then you actually do not know. Oh shit. Because we were talking about fucking making a magic wand. I was like, yeah, I probably know people who actually use a magic wand. It's not really that far off. Yeah, it's not really that far off, but like, you know, it's a magic wand for a reason. It's a vibe. Yeah, it's a vibrator. It's like, yeah, we can make a magic wand in this game. That's for sure. Where do I need to go? Oh, I need to go fucking sell shit, right? I need to sell shit later. Recovers. Oh, I need to do that. That's what I assumed. That's why I said. So you do know what a magic wand is. Ooh, okay. Light tower. I was like about to make a magic wand in the game, and I was like, should I even try to make a magic wand? Just going around, just fucking using a vibrator around. I read smut. What do you think? Ooh. Yo, dude, magic wand. Wait, where's the magic wand? Magic wand, there you go, magic wand. I'm a wizard. It's a wizard. Yo, wizard Harry, you know, you have a magic wand in your hand. Now you can do stuff. Yeah, let me actually sell this thing. I do not want this thing, actually. Fuck off. Fuck off, you exotic. There we go. I don't know if I want to use this or not.
Came from outer space.
Some people are just innocent-minded, you know? Some people are just innocent-minded and they'd be like, what's a magic wand? And it's like, yep. That's it, bro. That's it, bro. Don't have to talk about it. The influences. What? What? Nico Heart? What? How you doing, Nico Hearts? Hope you're doing well. Are you going to TwitchCon, by the way, or you decided not to go to TwitchCon for EU? For San Diego. For some reason, I thought you actually would go to TwitchCon for the US. TwitchCon or SawCon? TwitchCon. SawCon will be next week. Smile. Already went to GDQ. That would be 2 US trips. True. I mean, to be fair though, I think GDQ would be good, but also I think TwitchCon would have been a lot better for some. I guess for some people, but not like for a lot of people.
We need help.
Who the fuck are you?
Let's take a look, shall we?
Afrin set our food supplies on fire.
Suck on these nuts.
Will you help us?
Hey, J Games. Sister out the bunker, ring-can footed Brian.
Sure thing.
Name's Brian. Thanks,
Hey, we don't know if animals are infected with this shit, so we better not risk it.
Hey, Jeff.
You should see if you can find any canned food. I saw some
No key
supplies in the
party.
bunkers
No
a
key
while ago.
partying.
Maybe they're still there.
How you? I've been doing all right. I've been like playing a lot of games lately. Actually, I've been playing like.
Thank you so much. If you find something else out
I've
there,
been playing a lot of horror games lately with like first playthroughs and whatnots. Did I? Are you? Oh, fuck off, Brian. You just won my fucking shit. Fuck off. I've been playing a lot of the horror games lately and like try to first play through them. And also, you know, this game is like cool, so I wanted to first play through it, and it's like going all right so far. Would you say you fuck off? Yeah, you can fuck off, honestly. Also, once again, I clicked on the stream and you instantly talking about vibrators. Well, Vargas.
Definitely.
Well.
Alright then. We have a deal. The bloody kid was headed back to his boss. When Matutero blocked,
You know me, I'm a cursed streamer after all. I'm that kind of streamer that is like super cursed. I'm just super cursed, that's all.
and make sure he suffers. He doesn't deserve an easy death.
But I'm not as cursed as fucking Jabbo though. I think Jabbo is more cursed than I am. Give me that ID card. I do need to go to fuck. Wait. This one is just here. Yeah, this one is just here. There's another one is right here and here, so. Yeah, I need to go fuck. That's what I like to do. In my dreams. It's copium. In my restless dreams, I would like to go fuck for a prolonged amount of time. Where's my fucking... There we go. Wait, no. Here. Take that. Take that, bitches. Yeah, that's right. That's right, bitches. A pleasant pastime? True! Let's go this way then. Wait, did you submit anything to GDQ by the way, Nico Hart? I felt like you didn't. I don't know why, I felt like you didn't submit anything to GDQ this time around. Yeah.
I had to look.
Yeah, I figured. I looked at everyone's submissions. I didn't see yours, and I was like, yeah, did Nico Hart actually submit anything? That's what I remembered. Oh, that's the same with me for some reason. Like, I really have no fucking wait, hold on. I really have no oh fuck, it's a fucking fat ass monster. Hold on. God damn it. It's you. Can you legitimately burn? You guys don't fucking burn, huh? It's like me right now, like I don't have a lot of fucking like I don't have a lot of the like the energy to fucking speedrun for now. But hopefully again, hopefully I will speedruns like games again, or like I'll learn new speedruns again sooner or later. I just don't feel like learning new speedruns for now. Oh my god, okay, whatever. What if I use the shotgun then? Shotgun. I still would want to learn what's that one game called? I still want to learn Alone in the Dark. I think Alone in the Dark seems like a cool game to learn Smile. I'll learn that sooner or later, and then just, you know, yep. You have public holidays? I don't know. I honestly do not know because, like, every day is a public holiday to me. Smile. Low key, yeah. I want to learn a few more games, it's just that I'm fucking lazy. Yeah. So I don't know if there's a public holiday. What's the public holiday on Monday, by the way? Like, if you were to tell me, I don't know what it is. I just don't know what the fucking holiday is. Holy shit! This guy's a skull on! This guy is a skull person! With fucking knife hands! I wanna learn Yakuza run? Oh, the Yakuza one. I know GSD or Green Snow Dog actually learned the Yakuza run. Whoa, dude! Dude's rushing. Whoa! Hey, oi, oi! Sorry, can't read messages right now. It's Zeke, but a better version of Zeke. Holy shit! It's a better version of Zeke from Sakon. What the fuck was that? Prophet Muhammad's birthday? I don't know anything about that, and I don't know if, I didn't even know that was a fucking holiday anyways, so yeah, I don't even know. How you doing, Lanny? Also, I did make my bed. I made my bed like a few weeks ago actually, so that's a good thing. Okay, where the fuck are you? You're gonna sleep that early? That early? No, you stay here, Shay. You stay here right now. Alright, have a good night's sleep, Shay. Youngin! Okay, fine. Yeah, it's true. Actual youngin. Sorry. Where's this guy? Where is this motherfucking guy at? Wait, hold on. I want to know where this fucking... Not the fat ass. I want to know where the, Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna drop this right here. And just fucking fling myself. You never make your bed after you wake up? Why? Why do you not do that? You should do that. Smile. It's a waste of time. It is a waste of time, so you don't do that. Where am I supposed to be going? I'm supposed to be going here. Hold on. Pull my blanket. As yes. Dude, don't bully him. He will come. Guys, don't bully me. If you bully me, I'll come. That's what the meme goes, right? Like, if you bully someone, they will come. Oh shit. Oh my god, it's two of these fucking monsters.
I love surprises.
God, those two monsters, man. First time you heard about the meme? Damn. First time for everything, I would say. Hello, wait. Okay. Thank you for like thousands of fucking dollars. Oh yeah, brother. Have a whack. It sounds like a D's nuts joke. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I was like, that sounds like a D's nuts joke. I'm gonna be very cautious and do like a lot of stuff. Someone asked me, hey, have you watched the new E10 conference? I was like, what the fuck is an E10? I was like, E10 these nuts. I'm like, what the fuck? I literally didn't know what a fucking E10 was because I thought it was like an E3 kind of thing, and it's like E10. And someone tell me, yo, E10 these nuts. I'm like, oh, fuck me, bro. Oh no, it's fucking food for Brian. I don't want food for Brian. Fuck Brian. How you doing, Natos? Hope you're doing well. Okay, let me find a way out of this fucking area because oh my god, bro. Where are the gas canisters? Are those the gas canisters? Are they gone? Did I just use all of the gas canisters? Please don't tell me I used all the gas canisters. Fuck me. Oh! This sounds like me having a fucking orgasm. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Because I didn't know he would come! He came! Fuck! Another guy. Hold on. He came, okay? He came. Wait. What? Wait, what? Oh, there. What's. How do I go in here? Excuse me. What's. What? Hey, Rough Legacy. You can come anywhere you. What? No, I'm not gonna do it again. Shut the fuck up. What? Am I dumb? What the flying fuck? I don't understand. Do it for the vine. Do it for the vine. Ah, shit! I do have a med kit though. I don't have anything for me to use other than a fucking gun. Wait, how about this? Wait, hold on. I do have a fucking... There we go. Let's see how this bolo knife work. Whoa, the bolo knife is super fucking strong! Okay, maybe I should use the bolo knife instead. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the bolo knife. The bolo Sentosi knife, god damn it. Okay, where the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to go in, like, in here? Fuck is this game? Whoa, my Chatterino just closed. And it reopened again. Unexpectedly crashed and restarted. Thank you, Chatterino. I am playing as a woman. Yes, I am playing as a woman. And I don't know where to go. I legitimately do not know where to go. Okay, he's dead. But where's this other guy? Hold on, I need to find the other guy. You know what? I'll fight this guy. Fuck it. Wow, he kicked me. Right, knife battle. Knife battle. Haha! Suck it! Suck it! Okay. Yeah, but this is the black woman, the whatever her name is. I don't remember what's her name. I don't remember names in this game. I just play as whatever I want to, and I play as the person. I don't remember the person's name. Holy shit. Is it S? Like Sheila or some shit like that? It's not Sheila. It's something else. Where the fuck is this thing? Hold on. Where the flying fuck is this thing? Why am I going around and I'm like not knowing where the fuck to go? Hold on. This. Where do I go? Do I really have to go in here? Rip on the ads. Yeah, this is not the Asian girl. The Asian girl is the one that has a lot of the how you say, the add-ons and stuff like that. This one is the one with the firearms.
Let's take a look.
And I was
shall
like,
we?
yeah, I just like the firearms a lot more. But then I realized that there's not a lot of firearms in this game. Plus, the firearms in this game is shit, so I don't know how to feel about it. It's just fucking shit. Ooh. I just need to find a way out of here. That's all I want to do. Is just I want to find a way out of here. WoW's getting a lot more monies because I'm getting a lot of monies. Because I like money. Could it be Mr. Krabs, huh? Hello, I like money. What's your motivation to start another restaurant? Money. I didn't say it's a. I didn't say that. I didn't say that I want to be Mr. Krabs. I want to have a Mr. Krabs fucking whatever it is. Oh shit. I was stunned. I was stunned, bitch. What? Thank you. Okay, where the fuck do I go from here then? Ugh. Whatever, I'm just gonna do this quest then. Fuck this one. What? What? Recover the stolen weapons and ammo and bring them to... Where is it? What? I don't understand. I was here already. Where the fuck is... Oh, wait, no. Is it the one that is like super fucking far? It is super fucking far. Hold on. Oh! Find a way to the Russian hideout in the jungle and... So I really do have to find a way in the Russian hideout, huh? Hold on. How do I get in here then? Yeah, the question right now is how the fuck do I get in here? No, I don't think it's the last. I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. 'Cause, you know, this game is super fucking long, even with the side missions as well. And most of the time, I'm already doing side missions in this game. And I spent like 7 hours in like fucking both streams already. Deliver 2 weapon boxes. Oh god.
It's always worth taking a look.
Is this like a...
Hey, you hear that? Someone's coming.
Oh shit. I killed the guy. Whoops. Sorry, I killed the guy. Didn't mean for it to happen, but like I had to kill him.
Don't let him live.
Where's this guy? Where's the other guy? Oops. Okay, you got bolts. Got crabs. I'm the crab. But what the fuck? Weapon box. Ooh, 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 ooh. Wait, hold on. Wait. Did I exchange that for this? Wait, hold on. I want to know what I can do with this though. I have this. Where are you? Where are you at? Hello? Why can't I see you guys? Huh? Oh, you're there. Spike shoot shot. I don't want a spiteful shotgun. I want that shit, honestly. Hello? See you.
I just keep
Woo! That's a fucking headshot right there. Ooh, that's a fucking nasty one. That's also very nasty. Oops, he did it again. I did it again, man. Oh, dude. Whoa, whoa, I'm dying! I didn't mean to die! Why? When did Zombie Island become Call of Duty? When shit happens like this. You have money. Oh shit! What the fuck are you here? Dude, a fucking infected came in here. Ruined my fucking Call of Duty experience. Yo, can you tell them to be nicer? Thanks. Yeah, tell them be nicer, man. I just want to complete the game, smile. I reckon this game will be finished in like fucking 4 or 5 streams, honestly. I know that this game can be finished like today. I don't think so. Wait, who's fucking spitting at you? Yeah, hey game, please be nicer. Wait, can I go back and get ammo? There you go. Got me the ammos back. Yeah, game, please be nicer. Thank you. Wait, where's that guy? Where's this guy? Like, wait a minute. Oh shit, I stole a fucking weapon. I didn't mean to. Hold on. Drop that. I also need to use the magnum again. What the fuck? Stop it. Fucking bitch. Weapons box. Do I need to put this in the car? I do. I need to put them in the car. Okay. I like how I'm just throwing the weapons box because, like, fuck it, right? There you go. I can drive all the way out. I think. Evolving and learning, I love it. Shut the fuck up! Copium, man. That's pretty fucking copium. Wait, I'm going to the Russian hideout. Huh. Wait, am I? Wait, hold on. Can be taught. Wow. True. Copium. Okay. Why does it actually tell... Why does it tell me to go in here? That's the fucking weird question. I wanna do the side mission. I just... With money. I like money. Okay. Hello. What the flying fuck? Bro, stop. There. What if I jump up here then? Oh man, invis walls. Can I go through from here? I can! Oh! Is it here? Yo! Yo, any Russians can read this? I bet one of them is like a very bad word. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Wait, I do not need to repair this one. I can upgrade my shotgun, finally. How am I doing today? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. I've been wanting to play this game for a very long time, and I did play this game. It's like pretty cool.
Easy, Drusha. We're coming to you. The whole island is surrounded by Navy ships. We'll try to go around them.
Voice completed. 3,000 credits. Wait, hold on. So the question is this quest completed? It is completed, I guess. I think it's completed. I don't know whether is it actually completed, but it is kind of completed, I guess. Well, oh! Fucking hell.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Dependable spike. Can I? Okay. I got damaged like that. Whatever. So I just had to go through here then. Okay. What is my other mission? Okay, wait. What is the other quest? This one. What is this one? And where is this one? This one is here. Where is this one at? It's still in the same fucking place. Okay, then I can do 2 in 1 then. Whatever, I'll do 2 in 1 and then I'll just go back to fucking whoever that fucking guy's name is. Wait, am I going the wrong way? I definitely am going the wrong way, I think. Alright. My main mission right now is to not fucking crash. If I crash, I'm gonna suck dick for life, dude. Like, if I crash this car into, like, the fucking ocean or something and it crashes, like, all the way around. Oh my god, are you kidding me, you fucking zombie. Whoa! 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 Okay, I didn't realize there were guys here. He was just standing there, just didn't do anything. Get those lips ready. Do it for the money, do it for the money. Oh, I'm probably gonna crash this car. Holy shit, I probably am gonna crash this car. Look at them just trying to shoot me as well from like that far. Okay. Didn't crash the car. I'm actually saved. Is this guy the same kind of guy again? He is the same kind of guy. Why do you have $75? That's fucking cheap. Cheapskate. Why the fuck are you still alive? I don't carry 75. Someone carries like fucking like $1,000 on them anyway, so. Oh my god. How the fuck am I losing? I'm losing, honestly. Irresponsible? Yeah, they carry like fucking thousands of dollars around their body. It's like Omega lol. Oops. Oh shit, medium speed pistol. Fuck me, I don't want that. Oh, my magnum back. Wait, what did I even drop? Hold on, I dropped something. There we go. I dropped that thing. Cause I need to pick up the monies from the people, and also bleach as well. Cause no, bleach is great. Oof, rip to this guy. He got exploded. Wait, can I go to this door? No, that was not a door. I was like, wait a minute, is that a door? That's not a door. That's just me. Are they just inside the building now? They are. How do I get in? Oh shit! What the? How did you not die? I'm like, wait a minute, how did you not die? Take you, and take you. Okay, where do I go in? The question is, how do I go in? By this way, okay, cool. Hello? I'm here for your dick flattening. Is this Vargas or Vangrass? It is. Holy shit, he's fucking thick. He's big booty thick. Damn, son. Motherfucker big booty thick as fuck. God, the glare in this game is like super fucking horrible as well. Look at that glare in this game, it's so bad.
Yes, Colonel. All access to the island has been severed. Ships are
Oh, fuck.
A bloody minnow couldn't slip through. There haven't been any problems apart from one minor incident. A fishing boat tried to get through to the island. I already dispatched a patrol after it. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
I always carry a card. I don't like carrying cash, but yeah, same thing. Deliver 2 weapons. Okay, yeah, this is the part right now I need to go back here. Yeah, this is the part where I just go back there now.
Taking a look.
How much is this sledgehammer? Like, repair required. Hold on. There we go. All of them are good and repaired. Okay, shotgun ammo. That's about it. So I'm all good right now. I'm all good. Yeah, cool. Like $3 right now, but like card or cash? 'Cause if that's card, I hate to break it to you, but you're kind of screwed if it's actually like you're actually kind of screwed if it's actually just card. Mr. Verified on Twitter. Mr. Verified on Twitter. What'd you say? How much do you have on your card? Are Americans like really into the whole cash stuff? Cause I use a lot. I use card like mainly nowadays. I don't really use cash unless I have to. All my homies hate cash. Like a bunch of coins, that's it. But do you use card? That's what I'm asking you. Do you use card? I will solely use card. Okay, yeah, good. I would expect like a lot of people to use card more than cash, to be fair though. So there's that. They're simple, more like it's
You want Matutero's help or what?
wait. Oh, I need to go to Matotero. Wait, what? Where do I put them at? Where do I put them at? Did I pass the
You want Matutero's help or what?
the thing? Oh, I did pass the thing. Okay, hold on.
So, did you take care of your business?
Okay, cool.
So, did you take care of your business?
Hold on, Matutero. If I could actually take this thing. There we go.
You goddamn did it. You did what you said.
Simple and clean?
My end of the bargain too then.
Dangerous auto rifle. Ooh, okay. Maybe I could actually quick auto rifle, dangerous auto rifle. Ooh, I think that's a lot of. Okay, wait. 344. Ooh. Okay, sure. But that's on the mission, right? That's on the whatever mission it is. Yeah. So I had to get back to Carter as well.
I'll take you to Moen, but it won't be easy. To reach him, we need a boat, and the only boat we have.
We need a boat.
That bastard Afran. If you want
Afran.
to get to Moen, you have to get it back. You think you can do it?
Yes, sir. Get back to the boat and kill Afran. Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. There is only one village in the Crocodile Valley that has access to the river. So my guess is that's where you'll find Afran. I doubt it.
Afran.
Get going.
Take some equipment from our storeroom. It will help you get that motherfucker Afran.
You get that motherfucker Afran. What's my? Oh, let's not upgrade for this. 4,000. Holy shit. Wait, I don't need this. I need this. I need to get back to Carter. Where's Carter? Carter! Carter, you little bitch! Come here! Hello, Carter.
All right then. I hope he fucking suffered.
I hope he fucking suffered. Why the fuck do you sound like that? I hope he fucking suffered. Quest. Spy game. I still need to do spy game though. Okay, hold on. Spy game to... Oh, fuck Brian. I forgot about that. Fuck Brian. Brian can go suck my dick anytime. Let me take those two. Where is the square? Hello, Nick.
They quarantined the island. Looks like the army's not coming to the rescue then.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they wrote us off.
They did.
Whatever they're doing, they clearly don't give a rat's ass about us.
Rat's ass.
I need to put some thought into this.
Old Smoky Mod, thank you.
We sent our friend Bill to the police station to get some important data that might just help us get off this bloody island. Bill hasn't come back yet, and we're worried something happened to him. Would you be willing to look for him? This information he was looking for could prove to be very useful.
What is this? Find Bill at the police station! Oh my god, you have so little fucking XP. Your XP is the size of your cock, dude. That's small.
Sure. Good. I would say you should probably leave sooner than later.
Yeah, your name is Survivor. Fuck that shit. No. Church warehouse.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Where is the food? Because I need the food right now. Alright, dude. I'm gonna sell shit. I'm gonna sell shit right now. I'm gonna sell this one and this one, and then I'm gonna sell my quick auto rifle as well because I don't need the quick auto rifle right now. So now, if I were to go to this thing right here. Oh wow, I need a lot more monies. Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess I need a lot more monies then. I'll keep this. I don't know about selling the whatever it is, you know. Go to Afren's village. Find Bill at the police station. Isn't Bill at the police station that near? Hold on. How near is the police station again? That. Ugh. Okay. Whatever. I can't believe there's like not a lot of cars here as well, which is very shit. Maybe because a lot of the cars are kind of fucked up as well. I mean, there is a lot of cars. I mean, there are cars in this area. It's just very, very little. There's like probably only 2 working cars in this fucking, like, in this stupid ass slums area. I'm just here to enjoy your ride. What kind of ride are you talking about? The ride. The ride on my lap, or the ride on what? What kind of ride are you talking about? True. The pimp, am I right? Oh shit. Ow. Okay. Let's see if I could find this file. Ooh, I'm gonna... That yellow rocket ship? Oh, yes, of course. Wait. Do I have the other one? Where's my other knife? Hold on. Where's my other knife? I thought I have another knife. What? Oh, there we go. Or is it a bolo knife? Hold on, bolo knife. And then I can exchange this knife with this one then. I didn't. Hold on. I'm not horny. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, I know about little Einstein, excuse me. Oh, fuck me. I'm not that uncultured, okay? I know little Einstein. Dope ass fucking show. I'm not always horny. Fuck you. Game, man. Swift auto rifle. Swift auto rifle. What? Oh! What do you mean lewd furry art? That's like literally fucking SFW. Oh fuck! I didn't realize that's a fucking whatever it is. Yeah, I post the porn in Amisis because, you know, if there's something that's intriguing, then I post it on his. But there's panties. Panties is alright. Is panties not alright? Oh shit, it's Bill. This Bill, huh? Drop this. Wait. There we go.
We need those radio frequencies.
Wait. How do I get this in the first place? Drop this. What did I drop? Depend on your work. Wait, hold on. Oh, I dropped this one. Oops. Did I drop this? Yeah, I did drop this. Wait, did I drop this? I did drop this then. Okay. I'll take this one then. FBI, open up! Hello, Pronto. Pronto, the very good Half-Life speedrunner. Thank you for the very much appreciated.
Oh, Jesus. Listen,
How's Half-Life speedrunning?
the data he was looking for are emergency radio
Oh, your
frequencies.
Half-Life speedrunning went well, poggers.
Chief's office. They might help us to
Cougars.
get in contact with the outside world.
Hello guys, my name is George. I big fan of Proto because Proto very big friend friend and fan. Poggers. Playing Dead Island because Dead Island. I'm pretty bad at Dead Island. Look, I'm fucking people up. I'm pretty bad. Horniest speedrunner in... How am I a horniest speedrunner in Twitch? What the fuck? Where the fuck am I going? Oh, I'm going downstairs. From here? Wait, what? Hello, YHN. Why the AK got caught for inventation hits? I don't know. Horniest. What? Thank you for your money. Why is there like so many of them here? Yeah, why is there so many of them here? What? It's not a unicorn? I'm not a unicorn. Slime Rancher 2? There's a Slime Rancher? There's a Slime Rancher game? 2? Apparently so, I see. No words because I don't know anything about Slime Rancher actually. I know you play as a slime, that's about it. I think the person that you would want to hear talk about Slime Rancher is probably fucking who's that person called? It's Bullets, there we go. I saw a lot of furries playing it. Did you punch the did you punch the did you punch the furries? A smile. Deliver the data. Oh my god, I had to go all the way back then. Can you give them hugs? Dude, it seems like you're punching furries. What the fuck? What are you doing, man? You're punching the furries. Yeah, it's the emote that fucking HJ asked me to add. I was like, yeah, I'll add it. HJ add it to me. Add it for me. Shit looks hilarious as fuck, yeah, because HJ asked me to fucking add it. HJ was like, yo, can you add this thing? I was like, yeah, sure. Because I remembered it, because I told Lexa to add it. Because weirdly enough, her community just don't like furries. I'm like, yeah, sure. Where do I go from here? Hold on. Furries. Rip to this guy, by the way. Hey, Sketch. No more horse. Yeah, no more. I've given up the life of being a hot top horse PNG tuber. That's it. That's it. My life is over. I hope you're doing well, Sketch. Hello? Oh wait, hold on.
My answer yes. Put my best of best, put my 10 to 10. Or put my spend to spend. Have sex, excel. Or put my answer yes. Put my best of best, put my 10 to 10. Or put my spend to spend. Have sex, excel. After Matty, voulez quelque chose. Vola, 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 vola.
Yo, can we get all the fucking have sex spam? we need all the have sex spam, man. Look at them. Have sex. Have sex. Have sex. Watch the trailer. I heard about fucking Slime Rancher before. It's just I don't play it. Yeah, I just don't play the fucking game. This is a different game. What? Is it the latest furry game or whatever it's called? Hold on, what is this game? Animalistic. What the fuck? You just kill furries. You just kill furries. That's a game for HJ. That's totally a game for HJ, man. Where's there a lot of fucking rammers? What the fuck? Looks
Maybe
fun.
I'll find something useful.
Nice. I feel like I don't really get a lot of games. I just buy them myself, and just, you know, it is what it is. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm going back there. Oh, can I go here instead? I fast travel. I'm like so stupid. I want to just fast travel instead. Got tons of free games. A lot of the games I just, you know, I don't really get the free games. I just buy them, and that's about it. I was like, yeah, just buy them. Because I don't know, like, what free games are there that actually would worth my time, you know? Keymailer's the one that a lot of people do use anyway, so yeah. I understand about Keymailer. I have Keymailer. I tried to actually use that for, I think, Resident Evil Village, but they... actually, no, not Resident Evil Village. Hey, Shy. What's that game called? Amnesia Rebirth, there you go. So weirdly enough, here's the stupid thing. I requested a key to get Amnesia Rebirth. They didn't even give it to me, right? Like on launch day. And then 2 weeks later, they decided, hey, I'll give you the key instead. And I was like, what the fuck? I bought the game, and then 2 weeks later you had to give me the key. I thought you were gonna give it to me before launch. So they gave it to me like 2 weeks later, and I bought the game already. And then I told Ecdysis, hey, do you want this key? And he said, yeah, sure, I'll take the key. And then he regret playing the game anyways. He regret playing fucking Amnesia Rebirth, but hey, you know, he got it for free anyways.
These are them, huh? Talk to Nick. He'll understand what the hell these frequencies mean. Maybe we'll even get some bloody help here finally.
Bloody hell, yeah, finally. $5,000? Holy shit, that's a lot of cash. Afrin's Village. Okay, I can probably go this one. Do that one instead. River. I guess so, but like, you know, I used it before. I'm gonna say that I used it before. I just don't know whether I want to use it for now, or I don't know whether I want to use it again for now. Because, you know, I just have no fucking, not luck, I just have no fucking, like, time to actually use fucking Keymailer for now. And the games there are just like, nah, I don't see any cool games there yet, so I'm just gonna wait it out. I feel like, hey go chef, I feel like maybe I'll use it for, whatever that fucking thing is the Calypto protocol there? Is the Calypso or whatever it is? That whatever game? Callisto, yeah. Is the Callisto Protocol in there? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. Scorn is? Ooh, Scorn. Scorn. Maybe. Scorn is a maybe for me because I really do want to actually see what Scorn is, honestly. But I don't want them to actually pull like a fucking remodded Broken Porcelain, that's all. Like, if they're gonna pull a remodded Broken Porcelain, then that's gonna suck ass, right? Super Corn. I really don't want them to actually pull a remodded Broken Porcelain because if they do, because they push the fucking, they push the game forward instead of like waiting it out, you know? Then I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. Because they could be waiting. Move! Move! No, dude. Dude, I told you guys to move. Why do you not move? Oh, there's a rock there. That's why. One 2-hour gameplay does Gucci for them. Oh. Yeah, but I honestly, oh god. Okay, whatever. I think I'm stuck in the fucking I'm stuck on this thing. Cool. I got stuck on that thing. That's nice. That's nice to know. Okay, wait. Pistol out. Where are you? One's dead. Wait. Okay. Smuggler camp. I gotta go a little bit slow for this. Oh. Grand risk. Oh, horny horse sitting on the game. I don't know. I honestly wanted to get it for like the horror games that I want to get, but the problem is that there's not a lot of like good horror games at the moment, so I don't really see it at the moment.
If I come back, you guys better kill me.
Where's the other guy? Honestly, oh my god, bro. Honestly, don't know. Probably have to look into it again, but honestly, I don't know about it yet. I want to get a few of the games that maybe is coming out pretty soon, but like I said, don't know. I'm kind of a bit lazy, and also at the same time, I'd rather just, you know, spend a little bit of money. I don't mind. It gives support to the developers, anyways. The only one that I didn't want to support, and I'd rather get it for free if they ever do it like for free again, is fucking Remuttered, because Remuttered is like a really shitty fucking game for the second game, and I really just mean it. I don't want to say anything like good about it. Ooh, please do not shoot me. Please do not shoot me a lot more. You're here, right? I see your gun. Okay, cool. Oh, fuck! If you're, like, in Capcom, then probably they will give you something physical, that's for sure. I think Capcom would give you a lot, like, more physical items because, you know, they're much of a fucking better company than other other people. I mean other companies, sorry.
To look.
But that's like the only thing that you could actually like get, or like the only probable fucking I would say like sponsorship or some shit like that. I guess sponsorship would actually be a better term. What the fuck are you? Can I there we go. Damn, someone's playing the bongos. Oi! Bro, stop it. Actual key? Hey yo, actual key? The key to the house? It's the key to the house, man. Get them fuckwits. Oh shit. Key to my heart, the key to my heart is be a furry female. Bonus points if you
That blew up good.
bonus points if you're a horse furry female style. Are they dead? I think they're dead. Oh god, where are they? They are there. Money! I want money. Thank you. Hey, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh shit, shotgun. I'm not gonna use a shotgun. Fuck the shotgun. Hello? I'm here to kill people. In the game, I guess. What's this? Oh. Not really. I don't think so. I don't know if I'm 100%ing the game, honestly. Is that a guy? No, that's not a guy. I'm doing the main story at the moment because I've been doing a lot of the side quests. Yeah, a lot of the side quests. I've been doing a lot. You can see a lot of the side quests I've already like completed. So I'm doing like the main mission for now. I don't even know if I'm gonna finish this game. I probably am 100%ing this game. I'm not too sure about it yet.
Maybe there's something we can use.
You know, this game is like cool so far. I like it. 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 Hope you're doing well, Ugyu. Hello. Where is this guy? I have an AK. Where's this guy? Oh, you're in the house. Cold. He just went in and out, in and out, in and out like that. I was like, what the fuck? Great. He was going in and out, in and out, in and out. What you gonna do about it? Oh shit, ow, 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 ow. Alright, have a good night, Toast. Wish I could go in and out like that. You mean Like for your penis or what? Military knife. Don't need that. Time to die! I don't even know where are you. I have a lot of them right there. Ooh. Don't you have a... You don't have ammo, really?
Ow!
Wait. Yeah, I'm out. You're the one who needs to come out, you coward. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Bullets, finally. Holy shit. I needed bullets. And more bullets as well. Look at them shooting! Gonna be at, like, XQC, man. Whatever it is. I mean, RS25, I think you can actually get, like, games as well through Keymailer. I think Keymailer would be an excellent choice as well for getting games. You should actually try it. You can try it. Whoa, 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 whoa! Finish signing up. That's good, that's good, that's good. Ooh, nades. Okay, wait, hold on. What? Oh! It's like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, what the fuck is happening? God damn. Phoenix mod. Nice. Wait. I get every game since I'm verified. Yeah, fucking RS25 verified on Twitter. Holy shit. Hold on. Oh god, Oi! Whoops! Whoops! That's my bad. Oh shit. Whoa, dude. Okay, wait, hold on. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, TMNT is published by Konami. Konami games still there. I mean, Konami still make games. It's just, you know, not the good ones. Silent Hill still has a chance. Oh, what? Fucking Silent Hill short message? Oof. Oof. Just to make Yu-Gi-Oh games. Yu-Gi-Oh games are the ones that people are interested in now. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Did I not kill him? I want to kill him right now. Actual overload in chat? Why? I still need to upgrade a lot more. God dang it.
Good on ya.
Good on ya. Saho's dead. There won't be another game. Well, you gotta wait for that one other game that's coming out. Smile. That whatever other game that's gonna come out. What? Silent Hill. Fucking short message or whatever it's called. Fuck me, man. You found the CD. What CD? Smile. How you doing, Mats? I hope you're doing. CD's nuts. Oh man. Man, I got CD's nuts, man. Oh man, don't cry. I'm doing well. Doing like the main mission right now. That's why. Get on the boat. Get on the boat, bro. What? Oh. I'm the captain now. I am the captain. Hey, Kitter.
Good job, friend.
Well
then, ready for a
I am
meeting
on the
with
boat.
Owen?
I am the captain now. Find Owen.
I'll try.
Okay, let's go.
2 decent games in it out of 8. Because Silent Hill is supposed to be the best fucking horror game ever. What the fuck? Copium, man. Not even the best horror game. Oh shit! Got 2 cola! I got 2 cola. Do I have to go back to whoever it is later on? Give it to whoever it is. The got 2 cola! Yeah, it's very easy. This part is very easy. We're gonna get all the got 2 colas for whoever that fucking bitch is called. Oh, they got 2 colas. There we go. There's one here. Very easy like your mom? Dang. Hello?
How's it?
Hey yo! Hey man! Hey man!
Hanging in there.
Wait, hold on.
How's it going?
What is my... Hold on. Where is my rifle? 500... 385 plus 38. Oh, okay.
Nowadays, you
Hey,
can't
man.
trust nobody.
Fucking bitch upstairs, yeah.
Matutero said you okay.
Hey, man.
And that's one brother I trust. The bra from the radio has
Far Cry
everything
3
okay.
scene? Yeah, it
I
is a
don't
Far
know
Cry
no
3
way to
scene.
any prison. Can't help you with that. But I do know where the Walking Dead come from. And
Walking
if you
Dead?
want, I can take you there. Deep in a jungle. A place where they do ugly experiments with God's creatures. This is where the corpses come from. This I know. You wanna go?
Yes, please. I would like to go to the lab.
Okay, no worries.
Okay then. Let's go.
Oh man, we have to follow him? Jesus, okay. Really? We have to follow him now? Hold on. What's this on the table? ID. Thank you for your ID. He fucking runs like a fucking... Oh god, I can't say that. No. No, dude. No. No, I can't say that. That's fucking racist. Oh shit. No, no, no. Okay, I'm just gonna retract what I wanted to say. He looks like me. But does he run like you? My back, yeah, true. It's racist even if you don't say it. True, true. Very true. But I just retracted it anyway, so smile. Wait.
So, did you take care of your business?
Chapter 11, holy shit. Investigate the laboratory. Is he gonna follow us? Like racing? Dude, I like being a racist, dude. I like driving cars. My friends tell me I'm a very good racist. That's why I drive cars for a living. I'll go vroom vroom. I mean, of course, yeah. Wait, I can fast travel. Hold on. Let me actually fast travel to like the fucking this place first. Whoa! I'm shooting. Are you winning, son? Hey, Rozuk. Yes. Anyone's gonna cancel anyone, honestly. I almost got canceled yesterday because I said about trans people. Keep your hands.
Thank you, friends. There's so much suffering, and any kindness is greatly appreciated. If you find more of these healing herbs, please bring them to us.
Are you one of those fucking... I got cancelled too. Cancel speedrun? No. We always cancel you? Damn, I'm gonna get cancelled every day. Copium. Hey, roads await me. Look at that fucking like V-shaped area that I'm not going to at the moment.
It's always worth taking a look.
Why are you here, Mohakin? There we go. I'm at chapter 12? Hey, yo, chapter 12. Alright.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Hello, Danny. Chapter 11 passed in an instant. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. We're in chapter fucking 12 now? I feel like chapter 11 is just meeting the guy and that's about it. Just meet the guy, that's it. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Oh, shit! No, get the fuck out of here! Get out! The fuck? Bro, what is trapped? Oh my god, bro! What is happening? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? I can't get out. Holy shit, how many of them are there? Hey, Maddie. I fucking hate you. You're right. I fucking hate you that you're right. There's a tree there. I didn't realize there was a tree there. How you doing, Maddie? Hope you're doing well. Wait, hold on. Get the fuck out of here. Watch out for that tree. Yeah, it's a fucking George of the Jungle, man. Got Austin power by nature? I did. Can I fucking go back in though? Here we go. Hey, at least we can drive the car again. Fuck off. Yeah, that's right, bitches. We're here now. Oh! Be careful out there. Wow, this guy has like 2 wallets. One of... Wait, no. He got 1 wallet and a fucking whatever it is. Oh shit, you're alive. You're alive with nice ass as well. Did you play Song of Horror? I used to play Song of Horror, but then I didn't like Song of Horror, so I didn't fucking continue on playing. I used to speedrun like the first episode, and that's about it. And I used to have like fucking world record for the first episode, but no one fucking ran the game, honestly. Yeah. I fucking played the game and I fucking ran the game, and then I fucking hated it, so I didn't play it anymore.
He's in charge here. You have to go through the locker rooms. The scientists started building barricades. Go. Look. See for yourselves.
Why is there a mod in a fucking toilet? That's what I want to know. Why is there a fucking mod in the toilet? Okay, sure. I'll go in here then. Joe Dirt. Why not? Why are you pissing? Why are you taking shit while looking at a fucking mod? That's what I want to know. Do you ever take a shit while looking at a mod? No. Don't fucking do that. Oh, you sell? You sell shit? What? Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you, friends, indeed. Thank you for the follow, Maddie. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well, poggers. I want to say something. You know what the shitty thing, or you know what the stupid thing is? I mistaken Maddie for fucking Matt. I know they're two like fucking. I know they're two different people, but I tend to mistaken fucking Maddie for Matt for some fucking reason. Like I know Maddie from like Dice's fucking channel, but I always tend to like fucking mix them up. Who's that? It's like one speedrunner who like speedruns a lot of like shitty horror games. He's like me as well. He runs a lot of shitty horror games.
The infected animal tore the driver right out of the car. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't even try to
Yeah, I keep mixing you guys up for some reason because you guys have Mad in the front.
I kept on running until I couldn't hear the driver scream.
Snake on Maxi. Yeah. I know you. That's why I was like. That's why I was like, yo, I know you.
They almost fucking shot me, but they didn't, and thank God.
It's like, yo, I point to you. I know you, poggers.
But this complex, it is not defensible. A group, however, is preparing to leave the lab for.
You don't know me? No, I only know people who.
The worst of the worst. So it's a fortress.
Nah, I know you.
I'm sure you're wondering.
Suggested your channel on your homepage. Hey, yo, recommended channels. Recommended channels for you to talk anything stupid. that's my channel. Hold on.
By animal rights activists. But right now, we're dealing with a more immediate problem. The source of this bizarre infection. I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Robert West. I've been examining the blood.
Say, bitch, you only know people with a check mark. True. Nah, I know a lot of people as well without check marks as well. Like, I think one of the people that I really did enjoy watching, that's not check marked, is.
In that case, please.
Who's that guy? I'm trying to remember the name.
Excellent. Thank you. I should have some answers in a few hours. In the meantime, perhaps you could help out a bit here?
Ah, yeah, Nico with a C. There we go. Nico with the C. Or with a C. He's a really cool guy. He's like around as well. A lot of people are actually around a lot for like ESA, GDQ, ASM, those kind of like fucking like big fucking marathons that they actually join in. It's really good to actually see a lot of people in like different communities as well. I like them. What is my quest? Help scientists in the lab. Wait, am I supposed to like fucking like be a scientist right now? Similar follows, but not homepage. Ah yes, I'm on the fun page of Twitch. That's for sure. Rats in the lab.
All right.
Thank you. Please hurry.
I hope you give me like $10,000. Honestly, give me your $10,000. Look at that door just like slowly opening. This door just slowly opens. Dude, what the fuck? Fun page one day fun page one day copium. Oh. Dude. Come out, man. Hold on. I like no, do not shut me in. I'm like, do not shut me in, man. The door is about to shut. Man, this door is like fucking. Yeah, shove them open. Yeah, true. I like money. I like money. You know what I would do with money? Buy more games. Because I'm like that, and I'm stupid to not. I buy more games. Guys, if you have money, you buy more games. Brand champagne. I still want to know if like a brand champagne is like an alright thing to give to like that one bitch in the fucking island.
Anything worth anything in here?
Maybe. Hello? That's it? Yes, you did it. That's it? What do you mean that's it? There's only like 4 fucking zombies. What the fuck? That's like super fucking easy. What? I just only had to bring out my gun and it's like, yep, that's it. You did it.
You made it.
Give me my fucking cash.
Frank found a way
Right now,
to
give me my
turn
fucking cash.
It can shut down the central nervous systems of the infected, at least temporarily.
$5,000. Okay, sure, fine. I guess $5,000 is still alright. What am I supposed to do? What is this? Where is this? That's what I wanted to ask. Where is this?
I didn't want to worry West, but the emergency
5K? Yo, 5K for just killing 4 zombies?
Fortunately, I have to watch the entrance.
I wish life was like this. Like you just kill 5 zombies or 4 zombies and they give you $5,000.
Definitely.
The main fuse of the generator needs to be replaced. You'll find a new fuse in the warehouse right behind the laboratory. The generator is located just a little bit farther. Don't worry, I'll stay in touch through the camera surveillance system.
Hey, Psychic Meal. Hope you're doing well. I need to save my bullets right now. Yo, 1,000-degree knife. The 1,000-degree knife challenge. Oh shit, I killed Aboriginal people. Oh fuck, I killed the Aboriginal people. I feel bad right now. Shit. How much over 20 views? I don't know. I don't know how much for 20 views, you know, viewers. Maybe for the price of free, you can actually get 20 viewers just by working hard. Smile. That's what they always say, right? Just work hard, and then you would get where you are. Smile. Okay. Where? What's this? Oh! Wait a minute. Can I go in here? Sounds tough. I'll just pay. Actually, here's a question. If you actually pay for viewers, right? And you get like 50, 60, 70 viewers per day through like actually paying, right? Does Twitch know if you ever get like the numbers for average viewership for partner? Do they actually know that you're view botting? Hanfa. Twitch would know, yeah. So I'm like, if you were to try to view bot your channel, I don't think it would work out that well.
Okay, get ready. I'm gonna open the gate for you.
Chat is pretty sus. Yeah, very inactive, that's for sure. Copium. I remember someone asking, like, someone asked me, like, you got 100 viewers, but your chat seems silent. And then everyone came out and be like, we're lurking. Hello, we're just lurking. What? We're lurking. Like, that's like the most shittiest fucking, like, thing you could ever tell to a streamer, though. Like, hey, yo. How are you locked in like this?
You should be able to see the warehouse now.
Oh, you're a butcher. Oh. What do you have? $77? What the fuck is that? Hey, GSD. That's what desperate people do. You know. Yeah, true. Certified dumbass. When are you gonna actually play a horror game, though? Yeah, RS25. When are you actually gonna play a horror game, though? You know what's the other question that I want to ask? What consoles do you have? Oh fuck, that's a rammer. I just got kicked. What the fuck? I done Until Dawn, Man of Medan. I want to ask how's Man of Medan? I want to know how Man of Medan is. I see big streamers and wonder how did this person get famous? There are people. I hate to say about this one person. Like, if you have 3K like followers, right? How many subs do you expect someone to have if they have like 3K followers and is partnered? Like, how many do you think that like someone who has 3K followers? Wait, is there like there's no gas canister. There's like this one like thing that I wanted to talk about, but then I was like, I don't think I would want to talk about. They are smaller than subs, but like, you know. Wait, so PS5, Xbox One, PC, Switch. Oh no, Xbox Series X. So question. Do you have Returnal on PS5? Returnal, R-E-T-U-R-N-A-L. I feel like that game is like pretty cool to actually play. I guess, yeah, it's just the reflection of like a lot of the streamers as well. I just need to find... Do I have a nade? I don't have a nade. Oh god. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna use a fucking shotgun instead. Am I telling us the quit streaming true? I have my chance with I have my times with fucking Sawtooth Flesh and Blood. I know what to do with rammers. Rip this rammer. Floater meat. Damn, we got floater meat in this thing.
Okay. We hit some kind of animal, and the car careened.
I thought it was you, not me. We're talking about you more than me. RS25.
Through the trees. The driver.
Yeah,
my
I think
driver
we're talking about
is-
you more than me because you
I
know.
think his leg is broken.
I just need to.
Wait.
I just need to work harder in what I like. Fucking, you know what I'm doing, anyways.
Something's coming.
Ah, yes, I have to be OnlyFans now. I just have to go for OnlyFans. That's for sure.
An orangutan. Fuck. Nice. Jesus Christ. It's infected. It's the animal we hit. It should be dead. Why the fuck isn't it?
Oh, hello. I have a good one. Am I? But yeah, like there are some streamers that I know of that, you know, they have the followers, they have the viewers and stuff like that, but they don't like earn enough. Whereas like some other like they deserve way too much or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but you know, I'm just gonna do my own thing. I always want to do my own thing, honestly. Where's my gun? If you sell feet, would you do? No, I won't. Because why would I want to sell my own feet? The question is why? I don't want to sell my own feet. I'm not that one guy who's gonna be selling their own feet. Do I want to? I don't wanna. Oh, I don't want to sell my feet pics. That's it. Yeah. But I don't want to sell I don't want to sell feet pics. I don't know. Probably a chick would want to do that, not me. Do guys actually do that though? That's the question though. Do guys actually do that? Wait, where's my? There we go. How much money do I have? Yo, how much money do you have? 6,000. Wow. Probably a market. I guess there is a market for sure, but like, you know.
Right. Everything is up and running. All right. Now get your asses out of there, because the noise has attracted the infected, and they're coming from everywhere. I repeat, they're coming from everywhere.
Wait. It's probably a market for everything, honestly. God, this is guy right behind me. Holy shit, bro. Calm down, man. I just want their money. That's why. I'm like, yeah, I'm just here for their monies. Don't worry about it. What? I just got fucked. I just got fucking couch, whatever it is, casting couched by like 4 people. Oh.
Maybe I'll find something
sure?
useful.
Huh? Yo, death warp? Death warping? Yo? I just death warped myself. I didn't mean to death warp, but sure.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to death warp!
You have just saved us all.
Yo, speedrun skip already. We're speedrunning already.
We need shells for the shotgun. Please, help yourselves. Talk to Dr. West.
Okay.
I think he might have discovered something.
Speed skip. Yeah, speed skipped already. What the fuck, really? Devastating home run mod. Is it a baseball bat thing? Hey, Swoops. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. What do you need? Or what do you sell? Bro. Go fuck yourself. I need shit. You can take both of these. I'll take my fucking whatever it is, my 1000-degree knife back.
It's a bit of a mystery.
Sell these nuts, yo. Yo, sell your nuts.
For some reason, the virus
Yeah.
doesn't react to your T cells the way it does to others. It doesn't mutate. It doesn't duplicate. It just dies. The only possible way to make someone else immune would be a complete blood transfusion.
These nuts.
The practical solution is it would likely result in your death. Good. Now, this is what I do know. It appears to be a strange mutation of a degenerative neurological disease endemic to this region, Kuru. It's a prion disease like mad cow, only it affects humans, and was first discovered among the indigenous tribes that practiced cannibalism. The infected natives were brought in by their kinfolk. But the kinfolk weren't sick. The question is, why? What's the connection between you and them? Does their blood possess antibodies yours doesn't? The answer could save thousands of lives. I heard they left their village and set up camp somewhere nearby. I'm sure they're not far. I need you to find them and convince them to allow you to take some blood samples. Can you do this?
Find the natives camping near the lab and take their blood samples. Okay.
I'll do my best.
Thousands of lives, yes. Thousands of lives, man.
For you see, blood is sacred to them. I tried to explain, but I'm afraid I offended them.
Oh. Offended. Offensive. Offended already. Okay, let's get out of here. What the fuck is this? Trophy? Wait, why do you have a trophy? Who the fuck is this guy with a trophy? Oh, this guy is still like in there. I need to get this trophy. I cared. You care about thousands of lives? Move! Move it! Boom boom. Wait, am I going back? Oh shit, I'm going backwards. Whoops. No, don't you dare, don't you dare! You little idiot, don't you dare! I'm gonna crash on everywhere, man. Yo, Mr. Clean, what's up? Fucking Mr. Clean, what's up, man? Oh my god. Whoa, dude. I almost got fucked. Wait, is that a woman? Damn. There's saggy tits, man. What's up, saggy tits? Still warm. No! First woman I saw not in bikini. There were women that were not in bikini as well, so.
Thank God you made it in time.
Weak battle blade. Ew. Ew, your weak battle blade is pretty fucking weak.
Do you have a moment? Several hours ago, my good friend broke off all contact on the CB radio. I hope it's just his equipment that's in trouble and not him.
Investigate the reason for the breach of contact with the scientist's friend.
Okay, no worries.
Can you check and see if he's
fine? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Sure, we'll go there first. Yo, what the flying fuck? Fuck off, dude. No. Do I have skill points? I don't have skill points. I'm fucking far from another skill point, so I don't think I would get another skill point later for now. That's one colorful cock. What the fuck? Colorful cock? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Fucking drop that shit. Drop this shit. No one fucking cares about your fucking knife thing, mister. Oof. This cock, yeah, very colorful. Yeah, true. Actually, yes, very colorful. I like colorful. This. Oh shit! I'm picking up money, you fucking dude. Calm down, man. Just wanted to pick up money. Door's wide open. Hello. Right in the nuts. I cut his fucking legs up as well, so that's kind of rip. Return to the scientist, tell them about a friend's death.
Can't hurt to look.
Interesting. Friend died. Good friend. But you know what? I'm taking all the money. Taking all the money that's in here anyway, so. Thank you for the monies. Hello, I like money. You missed the chick who had like tribal outfit? And her tits are like sagging out. I don't know where she is right now, but like her tits are just sagging out.
That's what I was worried about. Everyone is
Kaka?
If they come, I can't fight them.
Thank you for your cash.
They will never make it back. There are too many, and I can't fight them. I'm slowly running out of food.
Oh my god, do you want food? Oh.
Absolutely.
Search through the nearby.
Here, I'll give you my. Wait. Is it actually like? Wait. Oh my god, it's actual fucking food. Like it's literal fucking food. Dead too, it was dead. Oh! Haha. What is this? Food! Feeble tonfa. I still do not know what the fuck a tonfa is. Like, do you tonfa these nuts? Tonfa these nuts. $4,000 in a safe? What the fuck? Who puts $4,000 in a safe? Well, it's mine now. My $4,000 now. Oh, it's a T-baton. I see. Anyway, some guy had like fucking whatever the amount is. That $4,000 worth of money. What the fuck? Who has fucking $4,000 worth of money, man? Where's this? Can I go from like somewhere? I can actually go to this door? No. From the back then? Ah, yes, it is from the back. Hello. What the fuck pushed me forward? Holy shit, he just died like that. Rip. Where did that guy? Ew, a bat. Ooh, money. He had nothing. Wait, give me the food. There we go. You ate all the food. I didn't eat all the food. That's like extra food. It's just that he doesn't want to fucking take my food. He wants to take the fucking Chet's food. Like what? Why? Why would you want to take Chet's food when I already had food for you? Like what the fuck's his problem?
Thanks. With these provisions, I will easily survive until help arrives.
Savage Kukri.
I feel much worse, and I'm afraid that the serum.
Oh my god! How many things do you need?
One of them.
How many things do you need, man?
A month ago, my parents, they wanted to visit, but as usual, I blew them off.
He blew his parents. Oh yes, my parents, they want to visit me, but I blew them off. So they probably do not have enough cum for me, but I need more. We blew them off. What the fuck? Wakizashi? The fuck is a wakizashi?
The network in my laboratory should still be operational. All you have to do is send them this short message from my computer.
Okay. Where do I go? I go back to the lab. Oh, okay. If I had to go back to the lab, then yeah. Wait. Short sword from Japan. I see. I see. Okay, hold on. Yo, it's fucking whatever it is. Weep. Mr. Clean, shut the fuck up. I need to be better at my driving, man. Holy shit, look at the many amount of people right here. The streamer is Wanky Sucky. Wanky Sucky. Okay, hold on. Let's go down here. Wait, did I miss it? I missed it. I feel like my driving skills is wanky sucky anyways. I am indeed a wanky sucky. Because of these kind of driving skills. If I get this car stuck, I probably am a wanky sucky and I'm probably gonna suck ass, you know. I'm just fucking suck ass right now. Find an alternate. Fuck me. What do you mean an alternate path? Fuck do you mean by an alternate path? Okay.
Stay away. This is sacred ground.
Stay away. This is sacred ground.
Stay away. This is sacred ground.
Shoot him? Can I even shoot him? I can't even shoot him at all. Hey Yoshi. Hope you're doing well.
What's this here?
Money! Money in a fucking basket! Bulletproof man. Stay away! This is sacred ground! I feel like I'm gonna steal your monies. Let me steal your monies, man. Alright. I'm gonna bring my shotgun out. For your sacred grounds. Why do you have a fucking big opening for your sacred grounds? Yeah, you have a fucking big opening behind your sacred ground. What the fuck are you talking about?
Enter the circle of spirits and survive. Are you ready? Or are you afraid?
Wait, am I supposed to survive this?
Has come.
Dude, am I really supposed to survive this? Wait, how bad could it be? Do they have tits? Damn, bro. Oh shit. Whoa, I'm missing them. Oops. I missed like a lot of my shots. Okay, they have like weird. I can make myself fucking bullets. I can make myself bullets. Stop smelling the raw tussie, true. Ow, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, dude! First test.
But you must now prove yourselves to the people. You must fight our greatest warrior and win.
Oh my god. Test 1 out of 100? Yeah, man. So stroming. Oh shit, hello. Whoa, ow, ow, ow. Holy shit, dude. Dude, what the fuck happened? I wasn't even prepared. They just blacked me out and then I just went to somewhere. They were like, yeah, I'm just gonna black you out. Don't worry about it. This guy is super big. How the fuck is that guy super fucking, like, huge? Look at that guy. That guy's like super huge. That guy's super huge. Look. He's probably 7 feet.
I see now that you are great warriors. You have earned our respect.
Big caca. Do I kill this guy then?
Outsiders.
Whoa, is that a... Oh wait, I was like, wait, that's a guy.
Come close, please.
Okay.
I need oleander blossoms. They are needed so
Oleander! Okay, I will give you some oleander.
our lives and leave this earth and go to the dream time. Will you help us?
Get 5 oleander flowers.
Oleander grows in well-lit places. Oleander grows in...
Wait, so I don't have oleander? How do I not have oleander? I only have 2 oleander? Okay, what are you? What mission are you? Oh, you're this. Oh, fuck, you have cash as a native guy? You have cash? How the fuck do you have cash? How about no? Yeah, I got cucked. This guy wants fucking oleander for cash. Fuck that shit, man. How the fuck do you have cash? He keeps cash in his ass? Probably. Would you keep cash in your ass? That's the question. You know. Where am I going? Aboriginals pay with? They don't pay anything, Smile. They hunt their own food, they make their own food, they do everything their own. What? What the fuck? Yeah, get out of here. What the fuck are you? Get out of here, man. I'm just I'm just trying to like, hit as many fucking people as possible. I don't really even give a fuck, man. I just want to hit people right now. There we go. I'm hitting people. You have to travel 10 hours from any tourist spot to find that kind of aboriginal in a place like this. They probably can do anything by their own anyways, so. Do you have a new car that I can use? This car is whacked. This car is whack up. It's fucked up, man. No, okay. I guess this is the only car that I could get. Or I could use, actually. Yeah, that's why give me your fucking money. And whatever this shit is. No. Wait. Where's the scientist? I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist.
You did it. Incredible. I won't ask how. However, I will need time to do my
Hey,
work.
Suzuka.
Perhaps you'd be willing to help us out here for just a bit longer?
Huh? Fuck. Dangerous Reaper? What the flying fuck is this? Holy shit. What the fuck? Kukuri. Oi, oi. Oh my god, that means I had to sell a lot of shit then. Why the fuck is the scientist carrying that? I don't know. Actually... Are you the guy? No, you're not the guy. You're not the guy as well. That's a toilet. You are the guy. I got 16K. Homemade machete. I'm gonna sell that one. I'm gonna sell that one.
It's always worth taking a look.
So I could actually, in exchange, get the whatever it is. Cause I want this. If I were to get, is there like a Is there like a workbench? Yeah, a workbench is in there. So what's my quest? Help the scientist in the lab. Okay. Hello, Lawrence. Okay. Wait, no, your name is LaChance. You sound like a fucking rapper. Like, yeah, you sound like a fucking rapper, LaChance. Who the fuck names their child LaChance? LaChance.
We need every scientist we have. Look, I'm sorry, but there's
Is LaChance a common name? Remind me our sub splits. No! That's 50-50. Bits and elevated chats are...
Sing it. Vagina. Vagina.
No!
Vagina. Vagina.
Okay, here's 2.50 used to the raw danger eBay fund PLS misappropriate.
Suzuka, thank you for the 2-month resub, much appreciated. I was about to say, so subs are 50-50. Elevated chat and bits are 70-30 because, you know, if you pay $1.50 for a bit, for 100 bits, you get you give the streamer 100, which is like the full amount, like $1, but like they take like 30% of that $1.50 or $1.20, I think. And then elevated chat is also the same thing. So I get $2. You give me like $2.50. I get, I don't know. No, you get I get like $4. You pay $5. I get $4. Whatever it is.
We're running out of aluminum.
Get it right now,
potassium
yo!
sulfate, and
I
its
can get it
use
right
is
now.
crucial to our research. Can you get me that chemical from the warehouse?
God, it's a chemical. Holy shit, 8,500 fucking.
Okay, no worries.
XP?
Do be careful with it.
Substance of matter.
I could use some help with the research we're conducting.
Just take his money.
We can't really tell whether the drugs actually help the infected. Transformation takes place so quickly, it's impossible to take a proper.
Where's that money inside the fucking Aboriginal
They've
guy?
agreed to test the drugs on themselves, but we don't have the results yet.
Magnum. Oh, I got another. I get another Magnum.
hand.
Wait,
Alright.
wait.
We
But this
managed to
Magnum
find
sucks
the
ass. I have a golden
We need
Magnum.
to draw the sample from their muscle tissue.
Unless
But
I need
hurry,
another
if they mutate
good
any
Magnum.
further, it'll be too late.
Routing Flash. Okay. Unlike you, they have they have jobs. True. God damn it. God damn it. How dare you? How dare you say something right? Damn it. I'll take a broomstick. I'll take a broomstick and sell this fucking broomstick. Alright, hey Joel. Here, take my broomstick. And sell that broomstick, I don't even need it. Demonic science, wait, hold on. Message of, okay, I need to do this one, that's for sure. Okay, what's this one then? But that's on the other side? Here's on the other side. What? Sure. Oh, dude. I need money. Are you gonna come alive? Oof. Oofus. Whoa! Oh my god, what is this guy? Do I have a... I don't have a nade. Okay. I was about to say, do I have a nade? I don't have a nade. There you go. 2 shots and they're dead. Hey, what up, dude? Wait, hold on. Can I climb up here? I can climb up here. What up, dude? Ow! Fucking asshole. Yeah, that's right. Die. Die for your sins. Are you alive? Yeah, you are alive. Hello? Is this the part where I could actually... I was about to ask, is this the part where I can actually use the, there's a workbench in here? No. Why are you eating your friend up? Literally this guy, these 2 guys are just eating out their friend when they are alive as well. Like, what? Huh? Wait, Dangerous Reaper. Oh, this is the one that I'm supposed to be using sooner or later. Drop. I want to drop this one. There we go. More Molotov. Nice. Chemicals. Wait, I have chemicals? What do I use the chemicals for? Let's do that here. What do I use the chemicals for? How do I get out of here right now? Yeah, that's the question. How do I get the fuck out of here? Wait. I didn't think this through. How do I get out? There we go. I got out from there. Just didn't think this through. How do I get out? Okay. So I get this one, but also at the same time, what the fuck is this thing? You know? I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, so give me a sec. I'm back. Yeah, there's still a flag there. What do I do with this flag? Oh! Oh! Hold on. Okay, that means there's another flag. There's another chemical in here then.
What do we got here?
Hold on. Wait a minute. So... So I can just carry this thing. Does it make it over? Holy shit, it did make it over. I do need to cut you up. Nice. Are you kidding me? Why is my weapon smelly? Because it's a... I think it's a poison kind of thing, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it has poison in there, so... Yeah. Which one is the one that I had to go to? This one. Oh, I had to talk to Sebastian. I forgot about that. Okay, later I'll talk to Sebastian. Hello, dude. Oh wait, that's the workbench. I have 20k. Holy shit. 23k for an upgrade? The fuck? 23k for an upgrade? Meat bait, venom mod. Okay, I'm gonna use it on here. This thing. Wait, hold on. What's a meat bait? Oh, meat bait is just a fucking. Oh. Okay, I guess so. Look at that shit. It's stinky. Thanks, Biden. What did Biden do? I know Biden actually Is Biden right now like fucking pro marijuana or whatever it is right now? It's like, yes, We'll let people do marijuana now. Unaware, man. Where did I put this?
We're making very good progress, but we can't continue without it.
Okay, I need one more then. Good step. There's some issues. I mean, obviously there's issues. I'm gonna delete that one. I don't need that one anymore. I think I have a lot of weapons that I could actually just use. You know? That is actually dependable, you know? I don't know, man. I heard drugs go bye-bye and then yeah. That's all I know is just drugs go bye-bye. Not drugs go bye-bye, sorry, marijuana go bye-bye. Yeah, like anyone can use marijuana now. Where's this thing? Where do I go to get that fucking can? I don't know. Honestly, I do not know. Is it really in here? Hold on.
That's it.
Oh.
Yes, you did it.
Not bad.
Huh. So that's what I had to do, is just come back here and just fucking okay, whatever. Well, that's stupid. Well, that's stupid. I just had to come back here and that's about it. Then now I have to go here then. Yes, it's still death for possession. Because, you know, like Singapore is a fucking country where you don't fucking you can't take drugs here. If not, then you're dead. It's very strict, like Indonesia. Yeah, they died like a while ago. I don't know how long ago, but then they wanted to have like a fucking repeal and then they died. The shitty thing was that like the guy had an IQ of like 60 or some shit like that. And then they kill him. Or they executed him. Like literally the guy's like IQ is like 60. And then they executed him. It's like Singapore is like no fucking place to have fun in. But yeah, it is what it is. So this is what he did in Singapore this morning. Honestly, I don't really know a lot of the executions and stuff like that. I just know that there are some people that got executed because of the thing that they did. Also, I'm killing all these people by just driving a car in there. Because I don't want to care about like fucking using my shit. But do they have money? That's the Oh, they got a sickle. Fuck their sickle. I don't want it. I don't want their sickle. Wait, you're still alive? Oh, this is a walker. Oh. What happened to this guy? Yo, $1,000 in your pocket? Let's go. Alcohol as well. Hold on. I do need to like actually just drive this car. I do need to drive this car. Like this car ain't for fucking smashing. I really need this. There we go. Is that one guy literally stuck at the gate? Holy shit, he is stuck at the gate.
It's been a long time.
Good is the
since I
enemy of
last told my
perfect.
parents how much I love them. Thank you.
No problem. Slaughtering Wakizashi. 900 plus. Whoa, that's a lot of fucking. Thank you for your samurai sword, dude. I don't know if Biden's actually doing a good job though. I mean, Biden has not gotten a lot of drama from what I've read and stuff. I don't know, there's probably some kind of drama that fucking HJ knows about. He's gonna be like, what are you talking about? You probably got into some fucking drama. Like, yeah. Yeah. I guess. God, I'm gonna die. Just don't kill me. But I'm gonna kill you. Is he dead? He's dead. $2,000 in there. Like, yeah. Oh shit. There's a guy in there. What the fuck? Wait, who the fuck is this guy? Oh. A level 40? Oh, he's dead now. Whoa! The dude punched me. How dare you? The dude punched me, man. Gets money though, and a fact book. Joe Grim Reaper here? What? How many samples do I need? Acquire samples of infected muscle tissues. Okay. So now, do I need to go back? Yeah, I need to go back. There's also only 2 guys. I guess so. Yeah, if there's only 2 guys, I'm probably just good to go. This way. Please give me 1/7 of your cash on hand. No. I don't have money. I wish I had money. Oh, did I miss? I didn't miss. Ram Ranch, yes. Literally Ram Ranch right here. $2,000, hell yeah. Ram, yes. 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big art throbbing cocks wanting to get shucked. What the fuck? Did the guy die? Where the fuck is he? Yeah, did he just fucking walk off? Or what? The fuck did he go? Whatever. 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big art driving cocks wanting to get sucked. 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch under these wanting to suck cowboy cocks. 18 more wild cowboys on the yard. Big, bold, ever so hard. I do need to go to a fucking bench right here. For the repair. $940 what? 941 plus 737. Holy shit. Shock rifle, dangerous auto. Okay, I can use this. Yeah, I am. I like it. It's actually really, like, nice. Like, I really do like this game. As it is. Wacky sacky. What? What? Wait, I wanna get this thing out. I wanna get it out. Whip that fucking cock out, honestly. Venom Reaper. Exchange this. My sickle would be this one. I don't really have anything useful for this one then. Wait, you're Will. So I need to go to you then. So I don't have any use for you. Oh god, no. Yeah, I don't have any use for you then. We got a lot of alcohol though, which is good.
Very impressive, thank you. This may furnish a few pieces still missing from the puzzle.
Fast Magnum. 677. Oh shit. 0, 5. Okay, 550. 6. Okay. That means I can sell this one then. Talk to West. Okay. Are you West? You're Monroe. You got Nguyen. Alright, dude. I'm gonna sell you my pistol. Because I do not need it anymore. Hey, Velu. How's stream yesterday? Hope stream went well yesterday. I got at least enough. Not bad. hope Doom Eternal was great.
Maybe
or
I'll find
was
something
good.
useful.
At least. Are you Will? You're Will, right? Oh no, I had to talk to West. Whoops. What the fuck is West? Can I stay up really late after? Like how? Wait, how long did you stream and then afterwards? Yeah, how long did you stream and then afterwards? How long did you actually stay out for?
Kuru is endemic among the native population.
Kuru?
But the incubation period can take up to 12 years. Many of the natives here have built up an immunity which keeps the virus latent even longer. But this new virus is very different. It goes full-blown within hours. I think I may be able to create a vaccine, but to do so, I need a stable version of.
I mean, how long?
That hasn't yet
I'm asking
mutated.
how long, not.
Can you help me with
when
that?
did you end? Use Opbase. Hell, to find it very
I think
hard.
I can help.
We must find someone from Opbase.
I went to sleep at 2.
Someone who hasn't had any contact with the.
Well, you went to sleep at 2, so.
Their blood or tissue. Speak with the shaman.
Wait, you have a break day today, right? Or you don't have a break day today? Wait, what am I doing? I'm going back here. No work today? At least you got no work today, which is a good thing. Where the fuck am I supposed to go then? Wait. Talk to West. I did talk to West. I don't want to do all of these. Other than one of them. Wait. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hmm.
Please hurry. Time is running out for all of us.
Blood trials. Ooh.
Please hurry. Time is running out for all
Do you
of
want to
us.
see what I'm working on? Yeah, sure. I don't mind. Supposed to stream at 7 a.m. I'm going to sleep. Well, I'm kind of here, I guess. I'm playing my game. Video games. I'm clowning, that's for sure. Go talk to Koritoa Ope. Why do you guys need more?
We devised a formula that can render someone temporarily invisible to the undead. It uses a pheromone inhibitor and fools them into believing that you are not among the living. But to complete the formula, I need a compound called icaridin. It's highly
Icaridin.
volatile, and we keep it in chemical storage. Do you think you can find some and bring it back?
Sure.
Très bien. The storage facility you want
Très bien.
is behind you.
Très bien. Okay, what do you want, Mr.
If you
Nguyen?
happen to be near the bungalows, could I ask you a favor? Could you look in bungalow number 3 for my work files? They should be on the desk with my laptop. I was working on protein folding simulations. If you find them, please bring them here. It would take us days to recreate that data, and we don't have days.
Taiwana machete.
I guess I can give you a hand.
Great. I'll be right here waiting. Thank you.
Bro, why give me a hand when you can give me a handy? Oh wow, holy shit. Why the fuck does it look like who the fuck that person's called? It looks like Morgan Ailsen or Aiseland or whatever it is. Yeah, Morgan. Yeah, it looks like fucking Morgan. Holy shit. Hog. I like Morgan. Okay, there's one here. Go to the chemical stores and find Icaridin. I'll find this one first. If you don't get my hard drive, I'm gonna lose all my folders at home credit. True. True. I had to go. Yeah, but like the outfit just looks like Morgan. I don't even remember the last name. Ellison. I guess what it is. That's what it is. Morgan Ellison or whatever it is. I like Morgan. Morgan's cool. Hot, sexy, fucking vampire-looking mommy chick thing. I can't go through that? Okay, hold on. Oh shit, bro. I didn't realize I could do that. It's like slow motion fucking killing from the car. Yo, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's a rush towards me like that. Sure, it's your fault. Okay, so I guess it's up here then. Oh, this is the place that I went to. Are you gonna be alive? You are gonna be alive. Okay, hold on. Boom, boom, you did. Where is this thing? Can I open the door from here? Where can I open the door from? If it's here. What? Oh, I had to go to chemical storage. Oh, this is not a chemical storage. Wait. Chemical storage? You mean down there? Chemical storage? Wait, hold on. I'm fucking dumb. Where is chemical storage? Maybe it's the other chemical storage way. Hold on. Get in the car! Get in here! Wait, I'm on the wrong side of the fucking seat. I'm on the passenger seat. Of course I'm driving in from the passenger's fucking seat. Okay. Chemical here? This one? This one? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So I get out here. Get it. Fuck, stop eating your friend out. Oh. Molotov. More Molotov. This thing. I can take the brass knuckles, but you know. The problem with taking in brass knuckles right now is that one, I need money. Two, I can't really take it at the moment. So that kind of sucks. Anyways. I do need to drive to, okay, I can take that one. But I also need to drive to that guy's fucking whatever it is. Okay, this one. I'll do this one as well. Let me do that one, which is right here. I don't even know if there's any other cars in here that would take me all the way up. And it's very, very tight. Like, this fucking place is super fucking tight in terms of, like, driving. Wait, is this not my car? Holy shit, stop eating each other out. Holy shit, wait for my health. I was like, wait for my health. Give it a sec. And then you would die. That's what happens. Dependable knife. Fuck that shit. How the fuck are you alive? Where's my car? My car. Alright, let's drive up to the fucking place I wanna go. I just wanna go to that fucking place. If I can turn. Look how tight this turn is. How the fuck? Okay. Well, I can totally tell if like someone's like slowing down and shit and then turning in this fucking area. But why is it so fucking tight? Like the curves in this fucking place is just fucking tight like that. See? Super fucking tight. What the fuck is in here? Connor.
Here.
What? Who the fuck are you?
You see those files on the table? Take that.
Please don't objectify the road. It's tight. The road is tight.
Let's do it. Please.
To Monroe, katana.
I think I can help.
Go.
Tight. Deus Ex Machina. Nice. What? It's also a game name, I think. Or is that a show name? I don't remember. Whatever. It's a game or a show. It's either one. Yo, where did Connor come from? I didn't see him in here just now. He just all of a sudden just comes in here. Like, he wasn't even lying on the floor. This is the part where we actually took fucking blood samples. I said tissue samples, and then all of a sudden we see fucking, you know, Connor on the fucking floor. Sure, Connor. Hey, yo, fat ass. That's right. Hey, yo, fat ass. Got you something. Boom. He's dead. Give me that. Wait. Deus Ex Machina. Oh, is this these two? Okay, whatever. Whoa! What the fuck happened? Oh, it's a rock. Oh. The rock fucked me up. If I could actually move! How can I not move? Oh, shit! Shit! I'm falling! I've fallen! And I can't get up! Hold on. Oh, God. Well, you can't really blame my driving for this because, you know, it's fucking... the fucking... Oh my god, the only car that I have... Okay, there we go. Dude. How... I don't know! When do you start playing entertaining shit games again? This game... Isn't this game an entertaining shit game on its own? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna drive. I'm not drive. I'm just gonna run there. How are you doing, Dakaru? Isn't this game an entertaining shitty game already? Oh shit! Don't have fucking normal zombie survivor game with good graphics. True. It's low budget Dying Light. It's like, hey mom, can we get Dying Light? But we have Dying Light. Dying Light at home is this game. No! Oh. Never mind. I thought I was gonna fall. I hear a monkey. Hey, Seffi. How the fuck did I not die? I thought I would die. Yo, who's the monkey in here? Which one of you is the... Oh, that's the monkey. Yo, what up, monkey? That's right. That's right, monkey. Ah! Sorry, that's a gay fucking scream. That's like the most gay fucking scream I've ever like fucking did. Ooh, 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 monkey. Look at that monkey. Oh, monkey. Is monkey dead? Oh, monkey's not dead. Yo, Ram Ranch, dude. Wait, what the? Wait, where's the fucking? Where's the rammer? Wait. Where the fuck did rammer go? Wait. Huh? Rammer, where the fuck did you go? What the fuck is this? His laptop is in a fucking wrecked area. How the fuck? Detox shotgun. I thought that said sex shotgun. I was like, what the fuck is a sex shotgun? Get me up. Okay, how do I get back up then? And the real question is, how the fuck do I get back up? Look at this scenery. Holy fuck. Yeah. Just like, mom, can we have Dying Light? But we have Dying Light. Dying Light at home is fucking Dead Island. It shoots vibrate. What? No. Oh, oh! Wait. Is there a way for me to like go down here in a safer manner? No! Oh!
Help me!
I gotta eat good luck. Alright. Thank you. Have fun eating. How's the weather up there? The weather has been fucking raining lately. Wait, Seffi, how tall are you? You're probably fucking taller than me. I could have just asked you how's the weather up there anyways. You're probably taller than me. Yeah, I honestly think that you're taller than me. That is dominant view. Okay, you're in stuff and they didn't want to involve me with company as it is. Oh, you're 5 feet tall. Holy shit. Okay, never mind. You're actually that short. True. I was. Yeah, true. Everyone's taller than me. Yo, I need tall dummy mommy so that I could get stepped on. That's for sure. Short bit. Shut the fuck up.
You have it. Très bien.
Très bien.
Minute. I will mix the formula.
Detox gun mod. I think it is general to not step on the streamer. Please step on the streamer. How squat are you? The fuck?
Anything worth anything in here?
The fuck does that question mean? How squat am I? Interesting.
There it is. Thank you. This could make all the difference.
Give me that machete.
What's this? This is a
Talking about mommy milkers from Resident Evil Village.
You say this is Connor's work?
True.
What a shame. Such a loss. I need to get started with this. I'll come back in a bit. If this is true, I will be able to produce something quite amazing.
Need them MILF, honestly.
It's fascinating research.
Which one are you? Not you. Wait, do I really need to talk to you again? Where's my fucking... Oh my god, bro!
But to continue my research, I need you to find something for me. I need a large quantity of diseased tissue from a specific type of the infected.
Oh.
I'm interested only in those that are bloated and swollen as if they'd been drowned and left to rot.
Short shotgun.
Sure thing.
They can be found.
Yeah. Wait.
This'll do just
Oh
fine.
shit, I have them! I don't have to fucking do your fucking bullshit mission, you fucking nerd.
With the infected roaming freely around the compound grounds,
I had
things
the
are
meat
growing
already.
Increasingly more difficult. For example, our food and water is located in a separate building entirely. If you could clear the warehouse of the infected, we'd all be very grateful. It's hard to concentrate when you're lightheaded from lack of food and water. What do you say?
Cash.
I guess I can give you a hand.
Good. Thank you.
They have the meat like Arby's. Damn, Arby's meat. Hot as fuck, you know. I'm gonna drop like a few stuff real quick. So I have inventory for me to like pick these shit ups. I think I'll come back here again. Cause I wanna sell these. And I don't need these anyways. Broomstick, tiring katana, and whatever your fucking which one is it? Quick short. 588, hold on. 588.
Let me know when it's clear.
Okay, wait, hold on. $588. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm gonna sell this then.
Let me know when it's clear.
There we go. I wanna know what's the damage on this katana. A machete, sorry. Yeah. What's the damage on this machete before I sell? Ooh! 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 759 damage. What the fuck? Bro. 759 damage? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can I not move again? Uh-oh. Oh no! I can't move again! Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. This game is giving me a fucking whatever it is. Nice. The game fucking didn't want to move again. Great. Boner, boner. I got fucking boner. What? Did the game crash? What the fuck? The game crashed! What? Oh. It didn't crash. Gotta get lunch. Are you gonna eat your baby meals again? Oh my god, it's Vandriff. The guy who gives subs like techie subs to me every day. Actually every month. As revenge, yes. Uh-oh. Wait, I got a bomb. I actually wanted to upgrade that upgrade this thing. I don't know why I didn't upgrade it for me.
Let me know when it's clear.
Holy shit, Dead Island? Yeah, holy shit, it's Dead Island. How you doing, Gito? I've been playing Dead Island for the past 3 days now, so there's that. My friend on 360? Yeah, this game old as fuck. This game old as fuck. Molotov. Dio bomb. I can probably give you the Dio bomb though. Molotov. Okay, you know what? Molotov, Dio bomb. Those two are out.
What do we got here?
Do I really need the extra cash? Smile. I'll take the extra cash for a bit. Give me a little bit of extra cash from this handstand that costs $23. Thank you. Or that sells for $23. I'll take this thing. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of the side missions for now because I'm legitimately fucking copium over the side missions at the moment. So, yeah. You can totally call me side mission Andy. Because I'm totally a side mission Andy at the moment. Oh, that's a lot of fucking whatever it is. That's a lot of damage. Holy shit. My penis probably has a lot of damage as well. Wait. Hold on. Have you not seen my penis before? Like, that has a lot of damage as well. 700. Okay, you know what? Why is my penis damaged? No. That's not what I meant. I mean, my penis could give loads of damage in your moving on. I think I could sell this Venom Reaper then. Wait, this is the Venom Reaper. What the fuck am I talking about? Hold on. 7.4 1040 995 1009. How much is this? 4 3 834. Okay, so I guess I can sell this one. But this is a really nice scythe though. Kill 2 plus 4. Okay, you know what? I'm taking the fucking sickle away then. Fuck the sickle. Fuck the sickle. Where's the sickle? Oh, the scythe. Yeah, fuck the scythe then. There we go. You need help? What do you mean I need help? I don't need help. Pfft, no. No. No, I don't need help. Alright? No help. No help. No help. Okay, I need to clean the storage. Okay, how much damage do I give like this? Whoa! That's a lot of damage! 2,000 damage? Holy shit. Look at that damage. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Oh, damn, Daniel. Hold on. I'm a bit tired. Holy shit. Wait. There we go. Whoa, I got spit on. Hold on. Holy shit, I'm getting spit on. What? I died! I died from that spit! Bro! Bro, how the fuck did I die? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go outside again. Wait, is this the way? No, this is not the way out. What the fuck am I talking about? This way then. Okay. Maybe if I drive the car, I'll be great. I'll be alright. You know what? Drive the car. Why do I keep thinking that it's in the fucking left side of the vehicle? Like, whenever I want to drive, why do I think it's on the left side when I'm driving on the right? And I live in a country where I drive on the right as well. Like, what the fuck? Am I dumb? Holy shit, I can't see shit! I can't see! Okay, that's a lot of people. Holy shit. That's a battery. Why do you have a battery on you? Can I go this way? Hello? Hello? Anyone here? What the fuck? Why are you clipping through the fucking... You clipped through the stairs! Bro, you alright? Motherfucker, are you alright? You clipped through the stairs. That's right, bitches. That's right. Don't mess with me. Whoa, that's a lot of them. Holy shit. I'm gonna die. Oh no! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna fucking die! I'm legitimately gonna fucking die. Hold on. That's right, bitches. Holy shit. Hello? You guys are also gonna die. Ow! Jesus Christ! Whoa! Fucking guy's strong as fuck. Yo, what up, man? Oh, you're a thug. What? How can I not hit you? Excuse me. There we go. Hit you. More, more. There we go. Thank you for your cash. $4,000 in a fucking. Oh yeah. It's, okay. I probably think it's normal because $4,000 in a fucking safe is already normal enough. Meat bait. Meat bait. Hold on. I can probably use that meat bait. And these two too. Is there anything on the back here? No. There's a workbench right here. Here, take this. Yeah, that's right, bitches. Don't mind me just cutting you guys while well, you look at that shit. Wait, am I on this? Yeah, I want to be on this one. Look at that. Vroom vroom! Vroom vroom! Alright, let's go back. Go back to whatever it is. Do I have any other quests that I had to do? No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, the continue. Fuck me! Why do I get out of here? I don't want to get out. I was about to say, like, I don't want to do the continuous quests. Continuous quests are just fucking Resident Sleeper and no one really wants me to do that. Get out of the way! You fucking idiots! Okay. I want another car now. I really want another car now. Give me your money. Give me your fucking money! Hello! Monroe, what's up, bitch?
One less problem to worry about.
That's a lot of monies! $5,000 worth of monies! What the fuck do you want?
There's a mutation of the contagion, which is causing some of the infected to putrefy at a very rapid rate.
Okay.
This causes a powerful buildup of internal gases, creating pressure so intense that it actually causes them to explode. If you can find me 5 cases of this specific mutation, that would be extremely
5 cases? Oh,
You can
okay.
count on me.
Wait, do I have them? Here, take it. I don't need your fucking whatever it is.
If you can find me 5.
Oh wait.
Keep looking.
So this is. Wait, $1 taken? What do you mean $1 taken? Wait. So he gives me $1 per 5. Fuck me. What a fucking ripoff. No, dude. I gave you 5 fucking meat. You gave me $1 for every 5 meat. How about you go fuck yourself, you fucking idiot? Fucking hell, man. Five meat for $1. I would like suck cock. Hold on. Okay. Now where do I go now? I had to go back all the way. Okay. I'm gonna do the main mission right now because that's the only thing I can do right now is the main mission. Dude, okay, XP, sure. XP is like, okay, I don't mind. 2,000 XP is alright. But then, if you wanna give me like fucking $1 per 5 meat, I'm just gonna say no. Like, fuck that shit, man. I was like, yeah, I'm giving you meat. $1? It's a fucking ripoff. It's a fucking ripoff, dude. Oh shit. Shut the fuck up. Yo, would you go through the trouble for $1 meat? No, what, $1 pay? No way, man. Why is my left not working? Hello, my left? I mean my right. Why is my right not working at that point? I was like, huh. It should work, huh? Hello, dude. I came here for some request. Hello, I have a car in here. I'm coming here for request.
Every person in my village ate the flesh of the immortals, but many did not resurrect. The spirits are angry with us. The only warriors left are in the tombs of our ancestors. It is in the mountains near our village. Take me to your boat, and I will lead you.
Take me to your boat, and I will leave. Am I gonna escort him into my fucking car? Wait. Don't. How about come here in my car. Come in my car! Bro, don't walk! Come in my car! Bro, stop walking! Just come in my car! I can escort you in my car. Bro! Wait, how can I not? How can I not go through this? Hello? Wait. What? Oh shit. There you go. Homie, you're stuck. I'm stuck. Dude, come in the car! Come in the car! Dude! Come in the car! I have a car! Come! Bro! Shut the fuck up and come in the car! Oh my god, bro. This fucking dude. I have a car! Come! Do you want to sit? Oh shit! Wait! What the fuck? Come in the car! He's scared of you, hitchhiking is dangerous. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Dude, I'm gonna fucking okay, but can you get in the car? Bro, get in the fucking car, man! I don't give a fuck! Dude! Is this the new Black Panther movie? Sure! If you could get in the fucking car! Ugh. Wakanda forever! Just run him over! What the fuck? Damn, this is the... Okay, I don't care. Just come in the car. Bro, I don't want to hear your fucking grandfather stories. Just come in the car, man.
And great mother, who gave us life, still watch over us. And many other greater and lesser spirits.
Oh my god. There, they're done! They're gone! Done! Wait, there's one more. Ah, fine! Fine, you know what? Yeah, fine. Go fuck yourself. Oh shit. Is that good enough? Now can you come in the car? Can you come in the car already?
The immortals, the resurrected, their spirits remain on this plane.
Oh my god.
They live in both worlds, the dream time and our time. That is why they are sacred.
This is talking about his fucking grandfather
Consume
stories.
us to become one with us. For they are the bridge between the two worlds. Another one.
Oh my
Don't
god.
let them stop us.
Where? Oh, there. Okay. Where's my... I don't even have any more nades. What? Yo, he's hitting women. Unfair, man. Hey, Penji. What? Holy shit. What the fuck? Damn, bro. Motherfucker wilding. Damn. I had to. I'm fucking horny. I had to. I had to just look at tits. I'm just fucking horny. Okay? Okay? Now get in my fucking car! I'm just gonna drive? Wait, where the fuck are we? I just realized this. What the fuck are we? Damn, this guy got a nice ass, not gonna lie. This guy got a nice fucking booty. Look at that booty! What the fuck? Damn, yo! Yo, Rage. Not on this fucking ass. It's him. It's a him, by the way. Are you gay for nutting over some guy's fucking thick ass like that? I thought it's a guy. Yo! We got people gay now for fucking nutting over some guy's fucking ass. How you doing? Thank you for the follow.
They worship these bloody things. They are being infected to become resurrected. So I'm afraid you might have some problems with his shaman. Keep an eye on him, right?
Okay. Go to the shaman to the catacombs of his clan. Oh my god. Better go to the catacombs now. Wakanda out here making top tier fanboys. Yeah, of course. Welcome to the gay club, Rage. welcome to the fucking gay club.
Come.
Oh shit, he asked me to come. Alright, dude, I'll come. Oh. Oh. Dude, fuck. That booty thick. Where the fuck are we actually? Oh, we're in another place, I guess.
We make the sacrifices for the spirits.
What the fuck? Wait, where are you? Oh shit, dude. Okay, now man, you can fight. Oh shit, he's about to die! My dude's about to die, man! Oh shit, ow. Whoa, dude! Okay, wait, hold on. Do I have a shotgun? Shotgun out. Wait, how about this thing? Ooh, I don't have any bullets. Guy died that quick. Holy shit. Alright. Whip out my fucking pistol. Shaman Loki chillin'? Yes. Look at that crusty butt. I can't believe it. Looks like fucking. It looks like a fucking chick, anyways, with that crusty butt.
My village. Angry spirits are everywhere.
Oh shit, his village, dude. With deodorant in there. What the fuck is that noise?
Stay close to me. Maybe we will avoid a fight. I resurrected Ratos are great warriors.
My god. Wait, no, dude. I don't want him to die. Holy shit, he's gonna die. The fuck is this? Frail machete. Oh. Ooh. Oofus. Okay. Take you. I'll take your meat. So I can beat that meat anytime I want to. Is this thing? Wait, hold on. Do not go without me, please. I like how they just have like stacks of fucking money in like in these like basket cases. And a belt. Oh god. Go. I was like, run! Run! Run, Mr. Shaman, run! We're gonna get to the prison, run!
Hear that? Those whispers are a warning.
I didn't hear anything. Whoops. That's my bad. Wait, hold on. I can totally upgrade. Holy shit, I'm missing! Fuck me! I didn't mean to miss like that. What? Go! The fuck are you doing? Oh my god, dude. Is that it? Can you go now? You can go now. Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's go. Set.
Or are you strong?
Are you kidding me? Are you weak or are you strong? Get away from me, you fucking man. Whoops. Whoops. Already practicing your first dress? What the fuck does that mean? You'd say that to a guy as well. I mean, as a guy, you also say that to a guy. You just tell them, get away from me, you man. If they actually, like, fucking pull you in like that. No. Get out. Go, 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 shaman, go. Look, a bridge.
It is beautiful here, but it is unholy.
It's a fucking... Holy shit. Are we gonna go down there? I hope we don't go down there.
Maybe I'll find something useful.
Yeah, I hope we don't go down there. Okay, cool. I was like, I don't want to go down there. What? Is this the prison? Are we near the prison? Please tell me that we're near the prison. I want to be near the prison right now.
We have to get to the other side.
Oh my god.
To stop us. Destroy the lever. Get to the second lever and use it. Be careful.
The second lever? What? Wait, what? Get out of the way. Yeah, I knew you would come alive. Wait. So do I have to jump across? I do have to jump across. In the dick, bitch! There you go. Sorry. VOD. Defective revolver.
We are in a most sacred place. Here in this tomb, we will find them.
Damn, what the fuck?
Great heroes. Come.
Hello, password. Password, please.
You see any mummies?
No! What the hell? Very bad spirits. Stay away.
What? A woman? A woman? It's a... No, you fucking idiot! Oi! You fucking idiot! You killed the shaman! Oh my fucking god. This game is so...
See that, man? That was fucking voodoo. Not a living dead shit.
I don't see any bite marks. If she didn't eat those stiffs, then she's probably fine.
And what if she ain't fine? Maybe you should ask her, huh? Hey, Shorty, you have some...
Hey, Shorty!
She's saying something.
I had to. Everyone had to. They believe.
Hey, Shorty! You ate that?
They would live forever.
We have to take her with us.
First, we need to find them damn mummies. Now what?
Did she eat that? Did she eat it? No. Wait. Huh? Okay. What the fuck happened? Follow
If you want to get to the village,
Yerma.
I know a shortcut.
Damn.
I was born here. We need to go this way.
Damn. Okay, now you can whack. Now you guys can whack it off. Now you guys can whack it off. Look at that. Damn. Okay.
Allah, watch out. There's more of them here than you think. If you don't... Watch out!
What the fuck? Go! Run! You run! What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I should have just got meat bait, but I didn't. Like a fucking idiot I am, like I didn't even get meat bait. Wait, no. There. I mean, oh shit! I was about to say, I mean, there's no one behind us. What the fuck? Run! Run!
Look there, at the altar. Is that your friend?
What? That guy? What the fuck? Why is he here? What the fuck is he here for? Oh shit, he's dead. He's dead. He's fucking dead. I swear to God, he's fucking dead.
You have to help him.
What? Really? Can I just leave him to die instead? Uh-oh. What the fuck are you here? Monroe, you fucking idiot! Oh well, I have no energy. Dangerous, brutal machete. God, you fucking. Thank God.
Now let's get the hell out of here. Run to the board.
Okay. Give me your monies. Brutal machete. Okay. So what happened to the dude? He just ran off, huh? Oh fuck. There we go. Dude just ran off like that. Interesting. Oh shit, the boat! The boat's here. Didn't realize the boat was here.
I was gonna find something valuable here. Instead, I get tricked like a stupid kid.
What the fuck? The fuck did you do that for, you dumbass? Okay, who am I supposed to be talking to? Wait, hold on. Oh. Take Yerma to the laboratory. Okay, I have to go to the laboratory right now. How many chapters did I even do today? I did 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I did 6 chapters today. What the fuck? Okay. And how far am I? 83%. Yeah, do you think I can actually finish this game by today? That is the question right now. Can I actually finish this game today?
To the city. To learn how to read. To live like you. My father gave me to an old man he owed money to. And the man made me his slave, so...
Sex? Oh.
To the city.
I thought you did sex, but then you didn't do sex. That's a good thing. Father is stupid anyways. Gave money. Daddy dumb. It's not daddy dumb, it's daddy dumb. How do you have $145 over a fucking big thug that could probably cost me a lot more money than that? You know? I want more money. Uh-oh. Wait, she got knocked the fuck out? She got knocked the fuck out, holy shit. That could buy me 700. Yeah, true. Where's the fucking laboratory? How is the laboratory that far? Whoa, dude! Oh, wow. Yeah, she's gonna die. If I don't recover that fast, I'm gonna... Yeah, she's gonna die. There's a lot of them just now. Like, holy shit. It's their fault that they rushed up to me like that. I didn't do anything. They just rushed up to me like that. Oh, God. Alright, hold on. Holy shit. What a slice. What's this? Fuck that shit.
Yet women are treated like dirt. Beaten, raped,
I feel like
burned for being witches. My father locked me up here and left me to die.
I feel like this one is alright, but like, you know, it could be better.
You hadn't shot me.
Yeah, it could be better. The damage like this, it could be better.
Is it safe?
ID. Eat the brains of the infected ones?
He believed they had died and were resurrected.
What? So you guys make the fucking zombies because you ate people and yeah. That explains why. That explains why fucking people are fucking zombies in this area, you know? Do you have money? No, you don't have money. It kind of explains right now why this fucking place is all fucked up. You got fucking Aboriginal people who does all these shits. Nice.
All right? I thought I was going to die.
Okay. Hold on.
Maybe there's something we can use.
If this mummy has been properly preserved, the DNA might still be intact. This might just work, but it will take some time. We may be able to save this island after all.
Pot?
As for the girl, I need to check her blood. If she's infected, she should stay here. We'll be in touch.
You can't save the island's already dead. You can make it from dead island to a live island. You know, a live island could work. Pog. They can't even read the game. Fuck me. Fuck the game title, man. Speak with Moen. Where the fuck is Moen? Oh shit. Okay. Is that a fast travel over here? Fast travel to there. Can go to Moen. But first, do I have anything to sell? I have this thing to sell. Let me go to the workbench real quick. Yeah. Okay. Where's my fast travel? Fast travel. So I want to go to Moen's boat.
Brothers, I've been waiting for you. Saved my life for the second time, so I owe you one, yeah. Your friend wasn't lying. I do know the way to the
Is he Jamaican? He sounds Jamaican or fucking somewhere in East Africa or West Africa.
We gotta stop in town and get some necessary things.
What do you want again? Boat supplies. How far am I in this game? 50 more % left. I see. So I had to go back to the slums. Dangerous waters. Wait, Moresby? Wait, we're in Moresby? We're in the slums again?
Listen, friends. There are two things that need to be taken care of before we head out. First thing is gas for the boat. We won't get there on fumes.
Oh my god, we need gas
the
now.
Second thing is something special for Titus, so he lets us through. Otherwise, we can forget about ever getting inside. So what's it gonna be?
Well, I had to do the mission, though.
Okay then. You'll find a fuel at the gas station. If you can find a car while you're there, you'll get back a lot quicker. I keep the stash for Titus in a red container by the seaside hangars. Here's the key to the storage unit. I'm staying here. I'll watch the boat. Good luck.
5 moments back into the secret storage. Okay. Okay, where's this fucking storage thing? Oh, it's here. Oh, okay. Okay. Now the question is there a car here? Because I remember there's a car here anyways. If there's a car here, that'd be great, but I don't know if there's a car. Wait, there's a... Okay, wait, hold on. Oh! Ow. Got hit. I need to find... Okay, the boat is here, right? Wait, no. Is this the... Oh! It's here then. Okay, wait, hold on. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, let me try to get a car. And then we'll see from there. Yeah, I really do need a car. I know the only car that I could think of is here. Yeah, there we go. Oh shit! Oh shit! 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 Do not change seats! There we go. Okay. Now we can actually drive. Oh man, they broke my glass already. Nice. Well, obviously, they just break my fucking glass. Okay. Vroom, 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 vroom. Okay. How can I get in again? Right here. Whoa, 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 whoa! What the flying fuck? Why are you here? Did you just punch me out? Motherfucker punched me. Rip. Okay. What? I swear to God. I swear to God, the fucking swipes in this game. Okay. So it's this thing, huh? Is it this thing? It look like this thing. Ooh. Moen's package. Swift shotgun, quick shotgun. I got a Pride shotgun. Yeah, you know what, whatever. I got a Pride shotgun anyways. And what do I have to do right now? Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, can I go through from here? Oh shit, it's another car here. Ew. Stop it, dude. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, dude, I was fucking literally holding a fucking gas canister, you dumb fuck. You dumb fuck. I was holding a gas canister this whole time. Whoa. Yeah, I had to go back to the, okay. What other missions do I even have other than the continuous ones? Okay. Oh shit. Got smashed in the trees. Oh shit. Please do not fucking die right in the ear. Oh no! I can't get out. There we go. Hold on. I might have to go back. Actually, maybe here could work. Maybe. Hold on. Yeah, don't let me go there right now. Don't let me go there right now. There's a suicide bomber, a suicider, whatever it is called. Drive, you maniac! Drive! Okay, how do I get through this? Is there an alternate way that I can actually go? Oh, I'm down here, I guess. What? Oh, it's the fucking suicide bomber. God damn it. Hold on. Okay, hopefully I don't fucking throw this in the water. There we go. That's one. Get this thing. That should be two as well. No! Oh my god, it was in the water now. Told you. I don't want to throw it in the water. But... Oh. Oh shit! No! Don't get it stuck! I swear to god, if it's stuck there, I'm dead. There we go.
Alright, brothers. We are almost there.
Alright.
One last thing. The water's getting choppy as hell.
Okay.
If we get tossed around too much, we may hit one of those mines. That's the end of the story, right? So we need to go to the workshop at the beach, make a few modifications.
My father used to work on boats, so we just need to go to his workshop, alright? You can take the boat right up to the workshop. I'll show you where they are.
But isn't he about to die?
That should do it.
Yeah, wasn't he about to die or some shit like that? That's what I remembered. He was like suffering or some shit, and then he was about to die. Okay.
Let's go, we're wasting time.
Whoa. Oh, so I go alone, okay. Wait a minute. Damn. Cool. Okay. What do you have? Money. There's a lot of fucking guys here. Holy shit. There's a lot of guys here. Ow, 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 ow. No. Isn't that just like fucking... I was like, wait, wasn't there a fucking thug guy? This is another thug guy. There's like 2 thug guys. How the fuck? But all of them have like some kind of money for sure. Rots. So that's just the only modification that I'm gonna use is a fucking rod? Really? The only modification I'm gonna use is a fucking rod.
Wasting time.
That's it? Really? Okay, wait, hold on. That's it. That's it.
There's something else I need to do, alright?
Oh my
But I
god.
need to do it alone. So just
Why? Oh my god, she's gonna fucking kill. Oh my god, is she gonna do it? She is gonna. Oh my fucking god. Oh, you dumbass. No, you don't. No, 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 no. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. I swear to fucking god. Are you kidding me? All because her dad died? Oh my god, all because of dad fucking died. Yeah, all because of dad fucking died. Sure. Comes back to like kill the dad or some shit. But then in the process she's gonna fucking kill herself. Does she have a good aim? Okay, at least she has a good aim. At least she has a good aim. Sure, that's anticlimactic. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot my photo instead.
Alright, let's get the fuck off this island.
Literally just like, yep, I'm just gonna shoot my fucking photo and that's about it.
Alright, let's get the fuck off this island.
Hi, can you hear me? I heard screams in the lab. Something bad's happening. You gotta drop what you're doing and find out what's going on. God damn it, go! Go!
Okay. Oh, we have to go back to the lab? Oh my god. How many fucking places do I have to go right now? I go to the lab. Okay. Lab. Hello. What the flying fuck? Is everything all
Always worth
fucked?
taking a look.
Wait. Is it actually fucked? Holy shit, they are fucked. Uh-oh. Are they really all fucked? Hold on. I would say that the workbench is still, alright. The workbench is the only one that is still alright, I guess. Hello. And the toilet as well. The toilet's like super clean. Nice. And wet. Hello. Yeah, so funny enough, I'm jumping to the point of no return, but I didn't want to concentrate with suicide meat anymore. Oh shit, man. God damn it. The guy who wanted suicide meat, I can't trade him anymore. Oh shit, I'm using the fucking... I was using the wrong shit. Look at that shit. This is batshit crazy. What happened to everyone else? I'm not gonna leave you, just give me a sec, I'm searching for shit. I'm just here searching. Give me a sec. Hello? Did everyone just fucking ran away? Like, literally, did everyone just run away like that? Leaving the fucking chick behind? Why would they do that? Yeah, why would they fucking do that? Just fucking runs away, leave the chick behind. What? Man, I can't even fucking trade my suicider meat with $1. Unfortunate. But hey, this guy still has money in his fucking pocket. That's why we won. That's what we're here for. We just had that money. They lock you in? Bro.
I thought I was going to die.
Okay. Whoa. What's that?
He took my blood once, then again and again. He wanted to bleed me dry, and when I asked him why, he was surprised. The savage can talk. But I ran away from my village to go to the city.
Okay.
To go to school, so I know a person can only lose so much blood. I locked myself in the cage to get away from him, and when he tried to open it, using that computer, he opened them all. And those things jumped on him and tore him apart. I screamed, but no one came.
He almost had the bloody vaccine. He said he knew everything, that he knew how to make it. Wait. What if he did?
Well, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the thing. If you try to remove prison, you won't be able to go back. Make sure you're ready to leave before. Okay, sure. Fuck it. Let's wait. No. Wait, hold on. All right, guys. This is probably the final thing that I have to do. All right, this is probably the final thing that I have to do in this game. I can't sell my shit. I just realized that. I can't sell my shit. Hold on. I need to find someone I could sell to. I'll go to light. Yeah, I'm just gonna go there for now. Holy shit, we're about to finish this fucking game. Alright, we're about to finish this fucking game. Let's go. Sell. How much longer do you think you have left? Maybe 2-ish hours? I don't know. Yeah, maybe 2-ish hours. I'm gonna sell everything for now. Like, sell all these shits. Because I really want to upgrade my shotgun. If I could actually, you know, upgrade my shotgun. Because I think the upgrade for the shotgun is like, how much is the upgrade for the shotgun? Like 23k. Yeah, I think I have like about like 2 more hours or 3 more hours in this game. So I probably can finish this. Okay, hold on. Now can I upgrade? 26k. Okay. I didn't realize it was 26k.
I heard this.
Okay, once I see 27, I'll be good. Cause that would be all my monies. Okay. I have a lot of large batteries. Like, what the fuck? Okay. This is my last upgrade. Yeah. I think that's about it. That's my last upgrade. And I think that should be it. Oh yeah.
Good. I still.
Okay, I got 5 mollies as well, which is a good thing. Okay, 5 Molotovs. Go back to the lab. And this should be the last. Holy shit! Bro, why are you here? Why the fuck are you here for? Okay, I gotta be a bit cautious. There you go. Alright, let's go. Prison time. That, oh, okay. Holy shit, look at the mines! What the fuck? Look at the fucking mines in there.
I unlocked all the doors I could. Not very many, unfortunately. I don't have access to much of the security grid since it's on emergency power.
You fucking... Okay. Just think you could be playing Raw Danger on PlayStation 2 right now. Maybe.
Look for me and block. And for the love of God, if you come, the prisoners don't bloody trust them. I'm responsible for a lot of them being here. So if you bring them to me, they'll kill me, and then you.
Don't fucking do it! Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. There's some serious fucking shit right there. Act 4. Those mines require a lot of pressure to set off though. But like, it's just fuck me. It's just super fucking sensitive anyways.
You keep all quiet, okay? I know how to talk to these folks.
Hello. Hello. Hello, prisoner. Banoi prison. Hello.
Okay, brah. They're helping me get past these dead fuckers. Where's Titus at?
Everybody's in that canteen, bro. Safest place here, alright?
I hope that fucking psycho stays put, mate.
Okay. How is there a whole ass prison in the middle of the island? Because, you know, there's convicts and people are fucking... Maybe it's like fucking Alcatraz, you know? Yeah, maybe this place is like Alcatraz, you know? Alcatraz is like the same thing, right? Yeah, Alcatraz is like the same thing, right? We have a prison here too. No, it's a smaller island, but it's like if you have New York and then you have Alcatraz. That's how this game is like, or this how this prison is like. So you have a fucking like badass resort, and then all of a sudden this fucking Banoi prison. It's like this fuck. Wait, is it not in New York? Wait, what? It's not New York? Am I dumb? Has it been in like California this whole time? I didn't know about it? Oh no, man. Oh, it's in San Francisco. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. Then you're right. Yeah, you're right. Also, I'm settling all my shit. Just give me a sec. There we go. Okay. So I have 16 large med kits. I can use for here. Can use like one of them. I'll put it here. Black. Cool. Oh, I need to fucking make bullets as well. Fuck me. Is there a workbench in here? There's no workbench. I wish there's a workbench. Oh, the workbench is like that far. It's right there. God damn it. Inspiration of Rebirth Island COD. Interesting. But yeah, I played Alcatraz in Call of Duty before. It was really cool. I like it.
Yo, man, you think they've been bitten? What the fuck? Oh, look at the fine ass on that one. Stay back.
Damn, look at that fine ass on that one.
Hell, probably infected.
What now?
How did you all get here? Are you infected?
Don't you recognize me, bro?
Maybe I do, maybe no.
You recognize these?
Nice, brother. But what I really need is a couple of those, right?
We got weapons way better than guns. These people are immune, man. They get bit, they don't get infected.
What?
Maybe you could help each other out.
Huh?
How?
We want to get to Block C.
You heard what the lady said. We want to get to Block C.
Dwight. He talked with us too, brother. But somehow, we couldn't help each other. Nothing to trade. You, on the other hand, maybe we can make a deal.
What deal, man? Are we gonna kill each other? We're in the fucking canteen now. What the fuck are you doing here? Hold on. I just realized something. What did I want to do? Oh! Oh, fuck me. I don't have any more of the... Wait, pistol. Metal scrap bleach. Oh no, I don't have any of them. Hold on. Human! What up, human? Who's also not prisoner? Pride shot. Yeah, I had the Pride shotgun.
Hey, brothers.
Oh wow, you can also do side missions in here. Are you kidding me?
Hey, you need some?
You can do side missions in here. Okay. Small pistol ammo. Oh god, are you kidding me? Okay, whatever.
Have you seen those two bitches? They both look like they're asking for it.
Two bitches. Yo, no bitches?
I'm shaking like shit. Can't remember the last time I got high. Listen here, bro. I need a fix, right?
He needs fucking cocaine, yo, bro. I need cocaine.
Hiding out in his cell, and he has everything in there. I need some now, bro. What you can fucking find.
Okay, take the drugs. A short shotgun.
Yeah. Yes. Okay then.
Dude, I had the Pride flag shotgun,
Stash is
man.
in there somewhere. He should be there too. Alive, dead, that, I don't know.
Acid funk. Okay. What the fuck is jonesing? I'm jonesing like a motherfucker.
The butcher of Banoi? No? There's a lot of sick-ass psycho killers in this hole. But there's one mook nobody fucks with. His brother took a machete.
Hey, yo, it's the Singaporean accent.
When he was 9, man.
Dude, the Singaporean accent come back.
Soul's running free and he scares everybody. Gangsters, rascals, terrorists, hitmen for the Russian fucking mafia. They're all pissing in their pants. Take the fucker out and you're gonna make a lot of friends around here.
Dude, this is the Singaporean guy. We got him again. Dude, the Singaporean guy is back.
All right.
Okay then. You're crazier than you look. Don't know where you went, but if I was you, I'd follow the dead bodies. The ones that aren't walking, I mean.
Dude, it's the Singaporean guy again. Let's go. The fucking Singaporean guy is back. Okay, hold on. I do need to get a lot more stuff as well. I sold all my shit because I needed to get a bunch of fucking money. This fucking game, what's up, Delta?
Bollocks, friends. You might just end up with one hell of a weapon.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your horse. Better not and hide. Better not and hide, man. Yikes. I can't believe we can do side missions on this fucking... Wait.
You should see the looks on your faces. You think I'm fucking crazy, don't you? But it's the world that's fucking crazy. Not me.
This game, the guy who sings the main song, they got to be so identical. So, ooh, Banoi Butcher. Yeah, boy. Yeah. You see what kind of knife, dude? Death awaits us. Yo, fuck, man. I don't think you stood a chance at all, bitch. I don't think you stood a chance. What? Your machete, level 40? Oh man, how about a shotgun to the fucking face, bitch? Suck on that, idiot. That's what you get. That's what you get, bitch. That's not a zombie. That's a fucking guy who just acted fucking big and all. And then he died because, you know, he's stupid as fuck and he acted super fucking tough.
Let's all meet up.
He acted super fucking tough. I'll suck on something.
Whew. Yeah, I heard. Good work, brothers. Now we just gotta deal with those brain-dead zombie motherfuckers. Gotcha.
Zed's demise. Maybe I can use that.
Hey, you need something?
No, I don't wanna. I don't need anything. Okay, let's go to this one first, and then we'll see about like other stuff. Don't tell me I have to fight with this dude. Okay, no. My favorite glitch is when my car jumped in the air, jumped 7 levels up. Oh, wait, what? Am I doing this fucking mission? Hold on. Am I doing this fucking mission? Dealer cell.
That door only opens if Titus gives a go-ahead.
Oh, are you serious?
There's no way out of this motherfucking place.
Hold on. So is there a way? Oh. So the only way that I can actually do that fucking guy's mission is to talk to fucking whoever it is, huh? Okay. I guess so.
A whole lot of people got themselves murdered in the old...
There's a lot of people trading. A lot of people are trading shit right now. Okay. Let's listen to you.
Cell A314. Been here longer than you've been alive. Mean son of a bitch. You get him out and bring him here. He'll know what to do.
Okay. 10,000 points.
You can count on me.
Cell A314.
10,000 XP.
Don't keep me waiting too long, okay?
I can stay. I'm not afraid. But Jin, I worry for her.
Okay. Actually, wait, hold on. I do want to know the damage on this thing. Zed's demise. $120. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. Hold on. That means I have to drop a few items right now. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a few items right now. Oh, actually, let me sell a few items then. Maybe selling would actually work. I don't know about these. I want to still keep this one, which is alright. I think this is the one that I just don't need it. So I can just take this away.
You wanna buy something decent? I'm the guy to deal with.
And then I just want to sell like a few of the machetes. Sell the machete away. Sell this machete away as well. So I could have a little bit of monies. Alright.
You wanna buy something decent? I'm the guy to deal with.
Alright.
One wrong move and I will cut you for
Okay. So long as I could get more shit, I could probably sell more stuff.
Man, without Titus's blessing, this door ain't fucking.
Okay.
There's a lot of those undead motherfuckers in that cell block.
Lex.
Go faster.
I'm trying to go faster. It's almost at the end of the game anyways. Thank you for the 1 bid, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, 42 ammo. Okay, I need that. Like super badly. I need that super badly. Okay, none of these guys are. Okay. Oh shit, I leveled up. Hold on, I leveled up. I leveled up. There's one thing that I needed to do, which is I think it's like extra slots, but I could be wrong. It could be another thing as well. Hold on. Boost skill related to damage force handling ability by 25% for everyone, including you in armor range. Okay. Wait, hold on. Decreases low. Okay. Increases bullet penetration chance. Penetration chance. I'll go with this one then. Oh wait, all right. Frail knife. Wait, what do I not have? I'll put this here. I'm still gonna use this though. Wait, how about this other quest? This quest right here. I feel like there's gotta be something in these cells. Oh wait, no, you get a shotgun to the face. There we go. Yeah, sure. Hello. Go to the control room and open the cell. Where is the control room? Whoa, there's a lot of guys here. Whoa! Yikes. Damn. I need a lot of cash as well. Is there a guy in here? There's a guy in here. Okay. Find all the drugs. Oh shit! I'm taking one of the drugs! Damn it! Didn't mean to take the drug. I didn't mean to take the drug. Damn it. Whatever. Alright, once I get the drug, I can go back. No, I can do the main mission and then afterwards I go back to whatever it is then. That's what they all say! Shush! How you doing, Phoenix Wolf? Hey, Cabot. There's drugs in here? Do you remember what you had for breakfast today? I don't eat breakfast. Like, unfortunately, I don't eat breakfast, but, why? Wait. Okay, I can go back to that quest, or I can do this one as well. And that's what I will do. I'll do this one. Go this way. Wait, is this a stairways up? It is a stairways up. Oh. Here. It's so important and you skip on it. Yeah. I unfortunate skip. It's the speedrun way, man. Sometimes you gotta skip something that's important and like in the game. I skip breakfast. Sad. Wait, hold on. I have to have breakfast because I chronic illness. What chronic illness do you have? What the fuck? Chronic illness? Uh-oh. Hope you stay well, honestly. Hunger? What? Oh, I had to do this thing again. Oh my god. I can't do it once, I had to do it twice. Mental or physical? Oh yeah. Which one is it? Which one is it? Oh, yoy. There's a lot of fucking ammo right here. Holy shit. I didn't realize they have like so many fucking ammo. I'll take it later. It's a long list? Dang. Both and yes. Oof. Take care of yourself, man. Yeah, all I can say is just take care of yourself, man. What the fuck are you not dead? Holy shit. Get that guy immediately. What the fuck? Damn, bro. Holy shit. My fucking sword is OP. Like super OP. What even? Yeah, my sword is just OP as fuck. Just kill them in like one swipe. That's about it.
Okay, let's go. And if some of those freaks come running, you know what to do.
If some of the freaks come running, you know what to do. Sounds like a fucking YouTuber, man. I can't, dude. It just like legitimately sound like a fucking YouTuber to me.
couldn't wait to get out of that fucking place.
Okay. Well. Okay. Why are you going this way? Oh. It's because the stairs is actually easier to be here. Okay, yeah. I understand. I had to go down then.
Let's do this, brah.
Get out of here, man.
Shit, that's a big mother. Better take him down before some of his friends show up.
Hello, Big Mother. Goodbye, Big Mother. See, I killed your Big Mother.
Die in hell, you giant fuck. I never liked that hack, even when he was fucking human.
Damn, bro. Nasty. This guy nasty. Okay.
He don't want to help us at all. He's just worried about his own crew.
Wait. I need to go to this guy because this guy needed his fucking dosage of fucking drugs.
Thank you, true brothers. I owe ya.
Yeah, thank you. Give me your fucking lethal shotgun. Thank you. What is your... Okay, wait, hold on. Lethal shotgun, right? Hold on, I need to sell this Kanabo. Or whatever this thing is. Kanabo. I don't need it.
You wanna buy something decent? I'm the guy to deal with.
Okay, what is this one again? This one is lethal short shotgun. 858 or 700. Okay, cool. Wait. 3, 4, 7, 745. Oh, okay. Over 800 fucking, you know, whatever it is. God, I can't, dude. I had to sell a lot more shit, you know. Unless I go sell my shotgun. I'm gonna take away the pride shotgun. No, the pride shotgun with the pride flag. Come on, man. I had to take away the pride shotgun with the pride flag. My reaction when I had to take away the pride shotgun with the pride flag. Okay. Whatever. Okay.
You wanna buy something decent?
I had to. I can't. I had to. I don't have money for the next upgrade. And I had to upgrade both of them anyways. No! The pride flag with the pride shotgun. Devastating metal Kanabo. Oh, hold on. I guess I don't need the Kanabo. Yeah, I don't need the Kanabo. Fuck the Kanabo. You meanie hit? I didn't do anything. I just wanted to get more fucking upgrade, man. I just needed upgrade. Don't worry, I needed upgrade, Copium. It's the upgrade we need, Copium.
So you want to get to Block C? I can let you pass, brothers. But first, you gotta do something for me. First off, I need more firepower for my boys, so they ain't so fucking afraid of those things. What you brought ain't gonna do. We need you to get more. Upstairs.
Phoenix will remember this. No!
Rolling with those walking corpses.
Sledgehammer.
Definitely.
The guy's name is Titus Kabui. Kabui. Also, I sold the pride flag shotgun that had the pride flag. I can't do any. I needed money, so I had to sell the Fright Flag shotgun. Get weapons on the. Okay.
I don't want to stay here.
Hold on.
Vagina!
What the fuck? Ew.
Vagina! 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 Vagina!
Ooh. Marcus, thank you for the 35-month resub. Much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. Holy shit. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope your birthday actually went well as well. Happy belated birthday. Pride flat shotgun. Is this Ohio? Ohio invasion? Oh shit, dude.
Kill these fuckwits!
What the fuck are these? I'm here for your monies. Thank you. And your duct tape as well. Hello? What? Oh, there's guys in here. Lol. Hold on. Are there any? Ooh, more money. I need monies. I just need monies right now because, you know, I wasted all my money on fucking hookers and booze, and I need more money for more hookers and booze. That's all I need. I need more money for hookers and booze. One pistol ammo. Sure. Alright. Where are my hookers and booze at? Are you just a guy? You're just a guy, right? Oh shit. Didn't mean to shoot you, sorry.
Get in here quick. Titus wanted me to help you out. I'm Kevin. Titus
What's up, Kevin?
needed some help.
Full metal jacket?
A few doors in my day, you know? But there's nothing.
Let me see your wall face! Ah!
And I need the master key.
That's not a wall face!
Only the senior guards have those. So get the master key or you ain't getting in. Got it?
Grab a master key, hard.
How can I say no?
Alright.
I want you to think about this. Every time you fail, open up the door on first try, you lose 2 seconds. That's speedrun.
The office is down that corridor. I'll stay here and fiddle with this fucker.
This ain't a speedrun. I'll lose the door anyways. Grab the master key. Spiteful fire axe. Holy shit. But that, yeah, but it's not a speedrun. We ain't speedrunning anything. Alright. Hopefully I can get a fucking thing from here. Yeet. Yeetus. Alright, we're gonna yeet more on these things. Yeet. Yeet.
There!
Oh shit, hello. Take this thing. Just take this thing, thank you very much. They have money on them. Like I'm very surprised that they have money on them.
Don't let him get behind you.
Oh my god, dude. Where? That's it? Okay. Spiteful knife. Alcohol. Is that actually the master key? Guess that's actually the master key. Okay. What the fuck? Stop! Stop becoming alive. Stop becoming alive, dude! Stop! Are these people still gonna come alive again? Wait, hold on. Okay. I thought about where it was. There we go.
Good. Now I'll start working on the door, and you make sure I don't get a nasty surprise.
Okay. Are we gonna do like a fucking wave thing? It is a fucking
Just
wave
have to
thing.
Swipe this card through and wait. Why'd that door open? The hell? Let me give it another shot. Damn. I hope I didn't fuck the electronics up.
Uh-oh. Someone fucked the
Shit, if
electronics
the door
up.
opens, we are screwed. So let's roll the dice. Fuck! Get ready. We're in for it now. Watch my back while I work on the lock.
That blew up good.
That blew up good. Every time you have a slow motion on kill, you lose 5. Shut up! This ain't a speed run. Oh shit! A fucking. Maybe I shouldn't have sold my yeah, maybe I shouldn't have sold my Pride Flag shotgun. God damn it. I regret selling my fucking Pride Flag shotgun now. Well, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay, now I'm sad. I don't have the Pride Flag shotgun now. Reload? Nah. It's too late. It's too late to reload. Nah. It's really too late to reload. Can't really do anything about it. Do I have to switch?
Yeah, you're gonna have to look around a little. Just take what's left.
Hold on. I need Zed's demise. There we go. There's a lot of these things, but like, you know, I can't pick them up. Even if I want to. Unless I have to go, like, run. Wait, hold on. Drop this baton. Take this axe. How much is this axe? 387, 500. Okay, no. Drop the axe then. Where's my baton? That's my baton. Because I want to sell for monies. I like money. Whoa, food. There you go. I would say it's mostly because I thought like the higher the damage is, the better it will be, but like, you know, it's not really that good at all. I see it and it's not really that good at the moment, so yeah, my Pride Flag. My Pride Flag shotgun. Why don't you sell them and pick them up? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. But I can't do that because, you know, I can't really pick them up at all. Even if I try picking them up, I can't even pick them up.
You wanna buy something decent? I'm the guy to deal with.
Get your gun back. No, it's bullets, I think.
Yeah.
So I have to sell the bullets. Actually, no. Whatever. I need to have a pistol. I don't have a pistol, but whatever.
That's all there was?
Yes.
That's not gonna do it. We're gonna have to figure something else out here.
Daily sledgehammer. Thank you for the daily sledgehammer. What's your daily sledgehammer? $1,000. Okay, I'm gonna sell your I'm gonna sell your daily sledgehammer to this guy. I'm so sorry, I had to. Doesn't make a difference, but whatever.
You handle yourself pretty well.
3,000. Wait, no, 7,000. 7,000 over 8,000. So I need to have 15,000. God damn it.
So we need some food. My boys get too hungry, they get cranky, they get mean. Things could get rough.
Okay.
How about you go for the kitchen and bring us back some food, huh?
Food. Get food from the kitchen.
I'll do
Oh,
what I
heavy
can.
pistol.
The kitchen is nearby, next to the cafeteria.
I can't stay here. I can't do it. I can't.
Jin's a fucking pussy. Maybe she because she's a girl. Didn't mean to say that. I can take all the cash though. Really do need me some cash. What is this door? Fuck? Where do you guys come from? Where do you guys come from? Calm the fuck down, man. Ooh, okay. Molotov. I love me some Molotov. Also, I realized what you meant. I still couldn't really get my gun back, just saying, because if I were to try to get my gun back,
I can't let you in the basement, not unless Titus gives the okay.
I just can't. I wish I can, but I can't. Okay, meat bait. Carrying everyone out? I think so. Like you're the purpose is to just get the fuck out of this island, but you also have survivors in this area as well. So
That blew up good.
that blew up good. So you do have to like get out of here with the survivors as well. Oh god. There you go. Yeah, like the overall plot of this game is that you just want to escape, and then afterwards there's like a bunch of fucking people who you know, want to survive, so we want to try to actually get them to survive as well and try to escape from this fucking place via whatever means that this guy that we're going to actually gives, which probably is gonna be like a fucking helicopter anyway, so there's that. But yeah, that's what it is with this game. Oh shit, I do not need a headstand. That costs 23 fucking dollars. 2 seconds? Shut up! We need food. I want food. Oh god. Weak kukri. You know, aside from the quest time save, you also save 13 seconds for every survivor you don't save. Shit! I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then, yeah. Let's come back to this game. Okay. Oh shit, there's a fucking... Okay. $1,000? Hell yeah. Okay. I do have to reload this gun. Hello.
That's what I'm talking about. When you're this hungry, anything tastes good, right?
Sure. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I don't think that's what it is. I'll take your gun. Super quick heavy pistol. 461 over that much. No.
Yeah.
Selling. Sorry, had to sell your pistol as well. I had to sell your pistol as well. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be for good use. Oh, repair required. Oh. There we go. I had to repair that one sooner. I mean, I had to do for that one. Deal that shit sooner or later. But yeah, I don't even have anything. You ever think about how super inflated prices are in games? Like who pay $1,000 for fancy baseball bat?
You know, in case of a fucking riot. You should find some weapons there.
RS-25 would. I think RS-25 would actually pay thousands of dollars for a fancy baseball bat.
Army of those things in there. Tell you what, you do this for
motherfucker would do anything for fucking, you know, anything.
Okay, no worries.
I don't like baseball. You would buy it. You would buy it anyways.
Now get going, but watch your back. When this came down,
I don't dislike it. Yeah. See? See?
For their own protection.
I think we'd better wait here. Let us know.
But I'm a lady as well. What are you talking about? I'm a chick.
Hey, come here. Go in.
I said, see that big guy over there? Yeah, he don't look right, huh? He's gonna need his medicine soon, or there's gonna be serious trouble.
Spent like $200 on baseball tickets, so yeah, my dumbass probably would. Yep. See, told you.
If we don't get him his Thorazine soon, those things outside will be the least of our problems. You're gonna have to go to the infirmary and get him that medicine, right?
Oh my god, okay. Exotic double blade.
Good. Look for some Thorazine. Bring as much as you can find.
Alright, Thorazine. Alright, we have to help this guy first. So once I'm done helping with this guy, I think I'll be alright with a lot of the stuff that's coming up pretty soon. Because a lot of the times right now, I'm just gonna do side quests and then also upgrading my weapon so I could actually get better upgrades, I guess. Yeah. And that's what I'm gonna be doing right now, is just getting more upgrades. Alright. But before that... Oh, hello. Wait. What are you then? Where's my shotgun? Oh man, my shotgun's not there. Wait, what is... I guess. Oof. Oofus. Oofus. Oh. Oh, this is like an upper area. Interesting. Interesting upper area. I can sell this fucking axe. That's for sure. Hold on. I can totally like fucking jump down from here.
Somebody!
No! I lost $400! Fuck! Well, I'm the other dumbass who lost $400 like that. And you know what? I can sell it.
You wanna buy something decent?
Good, finally. I'll just make sure he gets this.
Okay, okay, sure. Give me stout exotic double blade. RS25 to twice as many games as possible. No! Not doing that.
You wanna buy something decent?
You got some balls.
I got some bowls.
I'll be here if you need me.
I think I need to go with the bolo machete. Where am I gonna go with this? Like, really? Oh, is this to the basement? Oh, it is to the basement.
It's insane down there in the basement right now. Not just a Walking Dead.
I guess so. Personal ID. Okay, cool. How many personal IDs do I even have? $49 out of... Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna collect all of them anyways. If I were to collect all the IDs, I would be like fucking spending a lot of my time doing like a bunch of 100% shit. Which I do not want to. I'm not gonna commit identity theft. It is what it is. Ouch. I have to eat the snacks now. You get a... Wow! Holy shit, I was about to say you get the knife even. Are you a stinky one? You are a stinky one. Which I don't have my other shit. Too bad. There you go. Wait, where's my scorching? Oh, I don't have the scorching one. Oh god. Okay. Maybe the scorching one is already gone. Hey, money. Hey, Molotov. Holy shit. It's you. It's you. I don't like you. At all. Damaging machete. A damaging machete, sorry. How much money do I have now? 6,000. Okay. Well, I'm gonna repair these things. So I'm probably gonna have like less money. Hello? What are you? Oh shit, you're a rebel. Oh shit! Hello? Stop doing that, you little bitch! No time loss on that door. Sure. Oh god, hello.
It's over for me.
It's over for me. It's over for him. Her, sorry. Overly dramatic person, man. It's over. I can see the light. It's over. Oh, hello. A lot of money. Flimsy military. Whatever. Hello. Ouch, 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 ouch. Hold on. Wait. Oh shit, I'm actually burning this guy. I ripped to that guy. Sorry, didn't mean to burn you. I actually kind of didn't mean really mean to burn him, but sure. It is what it is. I got another Molotov anyways. A bunch of pistol ammo. Whoa! Excuse me. Who's shooting me? You know what? Because I can. Probably get more bullets as well. Ow, 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 ow. Wow. Heal up! Let me actually just go back and get bullets then. There we go. How much money do I have right now? 9,000. 9,000? I can get this one. There you go. And then fuck the machete for now. This place is like a fucking maze. Holy shit. Wait. Where's my shotgun? I don't have my shotgun, really? Shotgun it up.
just keep getting better.
3,000 money. Let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm not prepared, dude. Not prepared. It came out to me all of a sudden, man. Can I have the revive the recovery thing? Is it survival? It could be survival. Wait, what's this again? You handle firearms better. Minus 20, plus 30, minus plus 20, minus 20. Okay. Did I just go for money? Oh my god, whatever. Nice misclick. I just went for money instead. I didn't really meant to go for money, but then I was like, yeah, sure, we'll just go for money. Why not? Such a stupid ass misclick, but whatever. It is what it is. Hello. That's a lot of pistol ammo. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Wait. This is just the whatever way it was. Oh. Oh, I see. That misclick actually save you time. What? Excuse me, my wrong mistakes saved me time. What the fuck happened to this area? This is the same cell block, right? This is a different ass cell block? It is a different ass cell block then. Okay, wow. LOL. Fuck, he's gonna fucking... Is he gonna be in here with me? Oh shit. Can he even fit through the door? That's the question. He can't even fit through the door. Oh shit, never mind. He fit through the door. He got into the door. He got into the door. One swipe and he's dead. What the fuck? Are you serious? I wasted all my fucking shotgun bullets just to fucking... Oh my god. I wasted all my shotgun bullets just to actually fucking kill the dude in one swipe. There you go. Right in the dick. I kind of feel like although I do need money, I also need to run away from this area as well. Oh shit, hello. That's a lot of frames lost. Really unfortunate that I actually lost that kind of frames. That many frames, sorry. And all that, true. Madison. Oh, God. Of course, Madison. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Get out! Get out of the fucking way, bro! Okay, cool. Where's my Molotov? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm at a corner, man. What the fuck? I'm in the corner! Wait, was I not on a fucking weapon? Or anything? I was not on a weapon. You made mistakes. Yeah, true.
Can you hear me? The
What?
is down and I had to switch to another source. I've been watching you for some time, but I couldn't contact you.
Wait.
Listen carefully. I know what you're planning to do. Don't. You can't give those prisoners weapons.
The fuck?
He's a murderer and a terrorist. I locked the bloody
No, I wasn't a Molotov. Why the fuck did I spawn here? I spawned right here. What the fuck? What kind of death warp is this? Dude, I death warped here.
That's why there's a minefield out there. If Titus and his men end up with weapons, there'll be no stopping them. Listen, leave the
How the fuck did I
prisoners,
death
no
warp
time.
here?
Don't worry about your friends. I'll take care of them. You need to get back to Block C as fast as you can. The only way is through the sewers. Move.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sure, okay. Oops. Whoa, that's a lot more Molotovs. And a workbench. 16K, god damn. What the fuck? There's this dark fucking area that looks like the fucking SCP. It kinda just looks like the fucking SCP right now. I kinda didn't I don't think I was on my Molotov at all. I was just I think I was just was not equipped with any kind of fucking thing at all. And then shit happened, you know. Maybe, I guess? I don't know. Oh shit. Is that? Oh, it was Walker. Hey, look, money. I like money. Oh no, it's a fucking... Oh shit! Shit, dude. Okay. Where do I go now? Oh shit. Holy shit, wait, hold on. Did he die? Oh, guy didn't die. Hey, you didn't die yet. Okay, there you go. Now you're dead. I didn't realize that it's not the end of the game. I thought there was gonna be like fucking, you know, it's gonna be like a boss fight where I just go up to the fucking whatever it was and then that's about it. I didn't realize there's more to it in this game than it is right now. I mean, I should have looked at the fucking percentage. 96. Oh shit, 96%. Ooh. Okay, hold on. I'm at 96%, so I think this is near the end of the game as well. It's near the end of the game. Hopefully and surely it's probably the end.
Bloody hell.
Damn, bros. We're getting more like ID cards than it is. Yeah, we're just gonna avoid that one. What the fuck? Hello.
Our friends! They've come for us!
What?
All was quiet. And then everything went crazy. A mob of prisoners attacked Titus and his men, and then the undead came, attracted by the screams.
Uh-oh.
Moen spirited us away and traded his boat to Alvaro so that he would tell us how to find you. He was helping us into a ventilation shaft when the dead got their hands on him and
uh-oh.
he sacrificed himself
Death.
so that we could get away.
Death.
There were too many. There was nothing we could do. They tore into him like hungry animals, and all we could do was watch. If not for Moen, we would not be here.
Death. They died. GG. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you made it. Quick, get into the elevator.
It's not for Moen. You would not be here. Well, yeah.
Okay, now, take a second to catch your breath.
Okay.
Hey, get up. Wake up.
Oh shit, we got like
Ain't no time
fucked
to be
up.
taking a damn nap.
What happened? The fucker gassed us.
I heard you talking to White. I'm the one who helped you open the locks. We gotta get the hell out of here, like now.
And how do we do that? Since Colonel Trust Me just fucked us.
You had something he wanted. He came in here and took it right off you like he knew just where to find it.
The vaccine.
The vaccine's gone.
What the hell? Well, that's just great. Told you we couldn't trust them.
We gotta move. Come on. There's a chopper on the roof. It's waiting for White. And if that asshole reaches it before we do, he's flying the fuck out of here and calling in the bombers.
Uh-oh.
Nuclear annihilation. The whole goddamn island.
Uh-oh, we have to hurry.
We gotta catch him while we still have a chance.
What chance is that?
White's headed to the hospital. He's picking up his wife to take her to the chopper. Being she's out of her goddamn mind, that'll take some time. He's going through the left wing. Not so many infected, but that's the long way.
So what's the short way?
Take the elevator to the top, which takes you straight to the other wing of the hospital. It's riskier, but we could reach the roof faster. Only the badasses should take the elevator. Me and the rest will take the safer way and meet you at the top.
All the badasses?
Shake a leg for fuck's sake.
Okay.
We'll take the low road. Go.
What the fuck? Damn. Okay. So I can't upgrade my weapons or even sell anything right now. Okay. So I had to drop this thing and this thing. And then, yeah, that's about it. God, okay. Wait, shut the fuck up. Hold on.
There's no time to wait.
There's no time to wait. Jesus.
Maybe there's something we can use.
Okay. Whoa, there's a lot of people right here. Shit, there's a rammer right here. Oh, I have my Molotov. Oh shit! Wow. Sure. Didn't mean to do that, but sure. Okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec right here. Wait. You take the shotgun to the face. Oh shit, death chain. The raid. Thank you very much for the raid, much appreciated. Hope your stream went well. Hello guys, my name is Juhors. I speedrun a lot of games. I'm actually not speedrunning anything, I'm just playing this game. First playthrough is going well, and also we're about to finish this game because, you know, this game is like quite long, but also at the same time we're almost about to finish this game. Death chain raid, ooh, what? What gay shit is that? How you doing, goofball? Hope you're doing well. What kind of gay shit is that? Hold on. Oh god. You know what? Whatever. Let's see if I could actually go through here. I can. Okay. Okay, let's see if I could like fucking like go through this. Oh god, hello. Stop in your tracks. Okay. That's right. Okay. Don't tell me I had to like defeat this guy. Ooh, my bad. What the fuck? Ooh, I slipped. Ooh, I'm sorry. Ooh. Oh, never mind. I slipped again. Ooh. Hello, thug. 2 thugs! And a fucking suicider. Damn. You expect me to fucking fight that? Haha! Fuck you, dude. But yeah, hope your stream went well. What were you streaming, by the way? Holy shit, the fucking rammer is here. 18 naked cowboys in the shop. Dude! In the prison is probably the Ram Ranch. Yo, 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Alright, hope is the last to die. Alright, this is the last one. This is the last one. Where? Holy shit, there's a lot of fucking ammo and bullets. What the flying fuck? What do I have to fight on? Oh shit, okay. Come out. Come out, dude. What the fuck, Ryder? Killed Ryder White. That's Ryder. There's a guy like right here as well, right? I don't even know if there's a guy right there. Whatever. The fuck is Ryder? Wait. Oh, Ryder's there. Oh. Oh shit, bros. Brother. Heal real quick. I'm missing my bullets. So I had to kill that guy on the top? Or what? Wait up. I'm just gonna go into the elevator real quick. Wait, no! Can't really go into the elevator. Okay, so I guess what Ryder's here then. I kill him? Oh, I killed someone. And I kill him at least. Where the fuck is he? Hello? Come out. Come out, you little dude. Oh shit, I'm fucking myself up. I'm getting money as well. What the fuck is wrong with me? Hold on. Where is he? Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's shooting at me? Which one of you guys is shooting at me? Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Is this to finish the game? I think so. I don't even know where the fuck is he. Yeah, I don't even know where the fuck is he. Where the fuck are you guys? Whoa, dude! Wait, am I not supposed to? Oh god, hello. Oh god, oh god! Whoa, dude! Holy crap! Oh fuck! Holy, I didn't realize that the cavalry came out and fucked me over like you little bitches. Oh fuck! Right in the balls, man. Wait, so do I kill him or do I not kill him? That's like the question. What do I do with him? Oh! Oh, I think I know what to do. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Oh, please get out, get out. Wait, armed. Hey, Blackheart win. Thank you for the good luck. Technically, I'm yo, what up, dude? Technically, I'm fucking first playthrough on this game. How's everything? Hope you're doing well. Get out of here, thug. Oh shit. Cool. Wait, where do I fucking go then? Do I just fucking wait for him to come down? Or what? No, I just go up here. Okay. Well, I'm stupid. Hello! Wait. Wait! So, what, was there a door right there this whole time? What the fuck? I just didn't know I was supposed to go up like that.
Take one more step and you're dead.
I have the cure, all right? The doctors in Sydney will make more. We'll send helicopters. We'll save everyone.
With a nuclear bomb? Kevin told us the plan. You're gonna kill everyone.
Maybe I should start with you. I have no choice here, right? This virus threatens the entire bloody world. Benoit is lost either way.
It's easy to kill millions of faceless nobodies, isn't it?
Stay back!
They hardly seem human.
Stop!
But killing someone you love, it's not so easy, is it?
What a fucking stupid ass. Oh shit. What the fuck? Are you fucking Oi. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. You died like your dad anyways, but that guy's a fucking idiot. Holy fuck. Is he gonna turn into like a cyborg? Oh, please don't turn into a cyborg. No! You fuck no! No, he's a fucking cyborg! I shouldn't have wasted my fucking Molotovs! No, are you fucking serious? I wasted my Molotovs. I wasted my fucking Molotovs. Thanks. Where the fuck are you now? Oh shit, I jumped down. Oh. Well, I wasted my Molotovs. Okay, shit hits the roof now. Shit hits the roof now. I shouldn't have wasted my Molotovs if I knew that I was supposed to go to the back of it. Oh shit, I can't. Oh god, no! Look at him like cha-chaing to the side. Or cha-chaing like somewhere. I don't even know where. There you go, he's cha-chaing. Motherfucker's gonna die anyways. Man fumbled the back. Oh shit! Thank you for your hatchet.
That's it.
Reset.
Just have to reset.
He was right
man.
about one thing. Benoit is lost. If not him, then someone else will soon send a nuke with our name on it. The quicker we leave, the better.
Well, at least we're done with this game. Yo, can you come in? Are you gonna come? Yes. Alright, she's gonna come. At least she's gonna come.
According to officials, Benoit is still under quarantine. The sought-after vacation destination, popular with celebrities and wealthy tourists alike, was ironically originally a penal colony and still houses one of the strictest maximum security prisons in the world. It is home to many dangerous criminals and terrorists, including Karen, the infamous hacker for hire who has worked for everyone from Al-Qaeda to the Yakuza. Meanwhile, news of the lethal virus on the island has caused a worldwide panic. Some have claimed that the virus is only the first wave of a massive international terrorist attack.
Oh my god.
Are global.
We're gonna just watch her fucking, like, lifeless body on the fucking floor, of course.
For these ridiculous rumors. The entire island is under military quarantine, and the maximum security prison is completely secure. The hacker known as Karen and every other terrorist imprisoned there.
I didn't mean it like that. I mean, she has to come into the fucking helicopter in the first place anyways. Don't fucking, like...
The whole world anxiously watches.
I don't know, don't weep.
For the moment,
Stop weeping over your sorrows. There you go, that's the one.
Shit, man, I can't believe we made it. At this point, I'll be goddamn glad to have all my old problems back.
How can this guy know? How does this guy know how to fucking
And never will be.
fly a helicopter?
Trust me.
Is someone infected in this fucking place? I swear to God, one of these guys is just fucking infected. Like one of the two. And then it's gonna be fucking like, oh, it's gonna crash into a fucking mountain or some shit. So they're never gonna fucking survive anyways. Oh, or they survive, or they actually just survive. Wow, okay. I'm fucking done with this game.
You ain't scared.
Yo, GG. How long did I finish this game for? Look at this one. 5%. I never like finished this game at all. And then like right here you see 21 hours, 26 minutes, 10 seconds. Holy shit. I actually want to know something. Like what's the speed run for this game? Dead Island speedrun. Alright, how long is this Dead Island? 2 hours? Holy shit! No wonder no one fucking played this fucking or speedrun this game. Holy shit. 2 hours. No, it's 2 hours. There's different characters as well. Cien with 2 hours, Sam B with 2 hours and 24 minutes, Logan with 3 hours and 16, and then Perna with 3 hours and 23. A 100% is 4 hours 24. Holy fuck. Bro, people will spend 14 hours running Final Fantasy. True, but like, holy shit, dude. Alright, so that's Dead Island. Dead Island is... I would say Dead Island is... It's good. I don't mind it, but the plot is just... I always say the plot is like all over the place. I don't know why. I feel like the plot is just all over the place. It's good, but the plot is just all over the place. Would it beat Dying Light? Maybe. Maybe I should actually go back and play Dying Light. How long did I play the game for? 9 hours. I actually played the game for 9 hours. Maybe Dying Light 2. If I were to play Dying Light 2, then probably. But yeah, I think that's about it for me with this game. Yeah, new VOD will come out like pretty soon as well. Probably Monday or Tuesday, because I still had to de-rust. I'm probably gonna take the next few days off just to actually take a break, because, you know, I've been streaming for... Actually, I've been streaming for about 7 hours average for the past, God knows how many fucking... One of the games ever made. It is one of those games that's ever made, and it's kind of alright. I don't mind it. The only few problems of this game is that, like, it is what it is. It was really highly anticipated with the... Yeah, it was really highly anticipated with the whole, like, game back in 2011, and I really did want to play this game back in 2011, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, holy shit, I have been... Look at this. Look at my fucking stream time. Holy fuck. Look at this shit. 6, 5, okay, then like around here, 8, 7, 7, 8, 7, 7, 7. Like, holy shit, I've been streaming for like God knows how fucking much over the past 2 weeks or so. Like, what the fuck is this gap? But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys probably on Monday. Maybe on Monday or tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I'll take the next few days actually just de-rusting on Saw, and we'll see about that. Let me see who I can host it off to. I have a good one. Yeah, you have a good one as well. Let me see who I can host it off to. I probably would want to host it off to... Let me see. I'll host it up to Veilu, I guess. She's pretty cool. If I know how to spell her name. There we go. She's doing a lot of Dead by Daylight. She always plays Dead by Daylight. I don't even know if she's gonna be playing Doom Eternal, but like if she ever plays Doom Eternal, then yeah, there's that. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys probably tomorrow or on Monday. Yeah, Monday. It's either one. Take care. Love you. See you. Bye.